Get started. All right. All right, good evening. We're going to call this meeting to order. I'm now calling the October 7th, 2024 West Hollywood City Council meeting to order. It is 6:00 p.m. And we are going to start with the land acknowledgement. And I'm going to invite down Todd Holman. Thank you.
Good evening. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples.
Thank you so much, Todd. All right, well, Kala Harris, please come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for what it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Thank you so much, Kala. Madam City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Here.
Mayor Erickson.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Wonderful. Does staff have any changes to the agenda tonight? No?
No changes from staff this
Great.
evening, Mayor.
My colleagues, are there any changes to the agenda tonight? I can start off if people would like, or do you have any, Councilmember Heilman?
Could we move E1 to consent? That's the update revisions to the co-sponsorship.
I'm fine with that one. Okay.
And could we move F3 to consent? That's the co-sponsorship of the Trans-Latin Coalition.
Fine with that. Is there any movement to move the numbering system's all different? F2? I think that's your item, Councilmember Meister. Is there any movement to move F2?
I have a question on
Okay,
that.
no worries.
Comment. Yeah.
D1. I'm fine with that one.
I'm trying to find it.
It's the codification. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, and then all we have is public hearings, and then I would like to pull the attendance reports, please. So it's number B5. And thank you. All right.
With those changes, I'll move the agenda.
Sounds good. Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Heilman, second by Vice Mayor Byers.
So just I'm going to clarify for members of the public that we are moving items D1, E1, and F3 to consent, and we're pulling B5 to excluded consent.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank
And we
you.
have a motion and a second on the floor. And the motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. Do any of my colleagues have Levine Act disclosures? Councilmember Heilman, Vice Mayor Byers? I do not. Councilmember Meister?
No, but I do need to just note my no vote on item B7.
Wonderful. Councilmember Shine, do you have any disclosures? No. Wonderful. All right, adjournment motions. Councilmember Heilman, would you mind going first?
Sorry about that. Yes, first I'd like us to adjourn in memory of Rita Imogene Jean Prang. This is the mother of our former colleague Jeff Prang and our current county assessor. Known warmly as Jean, she was a woman of immense strength, quiet grace, and enduring love. She was born in rural Kentucky during the Great Depression. She went on to live a remarkable life filled with adventure, from raising her family to traveling the world. Her love for learning, commitment to her family, and resilience in the face of life's challenges left an indelible mark on everyone who knew her. She passed away peacefully on September 29th, surrounded by her children after a life well lived. Our thoughts are obviously with Jeff and his family during this very difficult time. I'd request we adjourn in her memory. I'd also like to request that we adjourn in memory of all the people who were lost last year in the attacks in Israel, and also all of the people who have died in the continuing conflict in the Middle East, and wish and hope that we will see peace sometime soon for everyone. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Byers, do you have any adjournment motions? Councilmember Meister, do you have any? Councilmember Shine? I have one. I would like to adjourn in memory of Dame Maggie Smith, one of the world's most distinguished actresses who passed away last week at the age of 89. Over the course of her career, Smith appeared in more than 50 films, winning 2 Academy Awards for The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie and California Suite. In addition, she earned 4 Golden Globe Awards and received 4 further Oscar nominations. She brought to life some of the most iconic characters in television and film and theater, including Professor McGonagall in Harry Potter, as well as her award-winning role as the Dowager Countess in Downton Abbey. She's survived by her 2 sons and 5 grandchildren. Her contributions to the arts extend far beyond her performances, inspiring generations of actors and audiences alike. And next, we are going to have a moment of silence as requested by the council. In observance of the 1-year anniversary of the October 7th terrorist attacks in Israel by Hamas, I will ask all present and watching from home to join in a moment of silence to honor. We do this to honor innocent lives lost, those injured in the attacks, and the families and communities that have forever changed. We also think of those taken hostage who have still yet to return home safely. The City of West Hollywood stands for peace. Tonight, as we join in this moment of silence, let us envision a world where all people everywhere can live in a world free of war and violence. Thank you for that. All right, we're going to move right on to presentations. We're going to bring back up Kala Harris to give you a little proclamation. Thanks for doing the pledge, Kala. All right, thank you so much. We are now going to move on to our next one, which I have right here, for Ageism Day. Whereas ageism refers to the stereotypes, how we think, prejudice, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act, towards others based on age, impacting the well-being and longevity of older adults, as well as the economy and social fabric of our society. And whereas ageism negatively affects older adults in areas such as healthcare, employment, housing, culture, and education, and combating these biases is beneficial for all members of society by promoting respect, dignity, and equality across generations. And whereas in 1987, the city established the Senior Advisory Board, now known as the Older Adults Advisory Board, to ensure older residents have opportunities for meaningful community engagement in the city's decision-making processes, thereby acting as a key advocate and liaison between older adults, community organizations, the city council, city officials, and the broader community. Whereas the City of West Hollywood is carrying caring and supportive community where aging is embraced, prioritizing the well-being, health, and quality of life of its older residents through its Aging in Place, Aging in Community initiative. And whereas recognizing and preventing ageism helps improve the quality of life for all community members of West Hollywood and beyond, ensuring that older adults are portrayed and treated as capable, competent, effective, and valued members of our community. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims October 9th, 2020, October 7th, well, it is October 9th, tonight is October 7th, thank you, Barbara, as Ageism Awareness Day in the City of West Hollywood, and encourages residents and community members to join in raising awareness, advocating for the elimination of ageism, and fostering a society that respects and empowers older adults. At this time, I would like to invite Barbara Meltzer, a West Hollywood community member, former chair of the Human Services Commission, co-chair of the American Society on Ageism and Culture Advisory Board, and overall West Hollywood icon, to the dais for a photo and to accept the proclamation.
First, thank you so much for this proclamation. And the American Society on Aging thanks you too, because they have actually launched it. I'd like to read just a few facts. I promise this will be short. Ageism is one of the most widespread and socially accepted forms of prejudice. 1 in 2 people worldwide are ageist, the World Health Organization. Internalized ageism is prejudice against our futures. People with more positive self-perception of aging live 7.5 more years than those with lesser percentage, World Health Organization. Ageism is defined as a belief that people of certain ages are less than us. Encouraging intergenerational programs initiates that brings people of different ages together, can foster empathy, respect, and positive social interactions. I would love to see this happen in West Hollywood, bringing many, many generations together. The other thing is that one of the things I do as we look for things to change is greeting cards. Okay, I don't know how many of you have gone to look for greeting cards and found really, really terrible things. So I brought with me the one that's my most recent terrible greeting card, which I thought you would like to see, and the front of it says, "I see dead people. Oh, wait, you're just old." Thank you again for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for all the work you do in our community. We really appreciate you. Thank you. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I have the honor of recognizing National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I will read a proclamation, and here we go. Whereas National Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an annual campaign aimed at raising awareness of this disease and increasing public knowledge about the importance of early detection, diagnosis, and treatment of breast cancer. And whereas about every 2 minutes, 1 case of breast cancer is diagnosed in the United States, and in 2024, more than 310,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in women, and about 2,800 cases in men. Additionally, nearly 43,000 women and men are expected to lose their lives from breast cancer this year. And whereas in 1989 through 2021, the breast cancer death rate in the United States declined 42%, largely due to advancements in early detection and treatment. However, breast cancer mortality remains about 40% higher in Black women than in white women, and awareness and stigma can be barriers to detection and care in men, trans men, and non-binary people. And National Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as a reminder to educate ourselves about breast cancer awareness, assess personal risk factors, conduct regular self-exams, schedule timely breast cancer screenings, and contribute to fundraising efforts for breast cancer research. And the American Cancer Society recommends an annual breast cancer screening with mammograms starting at age 40 or earlier, depending upon individual risk factors. Early detection saves lives, and scheduling a mammogram, which is an appointment that can take as little as 15 minutes, could save your life. Numerous free and low-cost services are available for those in need. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council in the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims October 2024 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, joining efforts to raise awareness on how everyone can contribute to preventing and controlling breast cancer, paying tribute to those who have lost their lives to this disease, and supporting survivors. So at this time, I would like to invite members of the Women's Advisory Board and any babies they may have brought to the dais for a photo for this proclamation. Thank you.
All right. We're going to be the coughing twins tonight.
Good evening. My name is Helene Wilborn, and I'm here with my colleague Angela De Silva and Dash. We're here to thank the City Council for recognizing National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is something that affects men and women, irrespective of your age, your race, what country you're in. I'd just like to ask, raise your hand if you know anyone that's been affected by breast cancer. You can see from the room that it's very prevalent. One of the things we want to promote in the Women's Advisory Board is health and well-being, exercise, eating right, laughing, having a good time, also help with wellness. So we want to thank you again for recognizing this, and thank you so much for the list of things that you mentioned that contribute to awareness about breast cancer. If you'd really like to help someone, please go to breastcancer.org and find out the different ways in which you can connect. Angela?
My mother-in-law was diagnosed with a very aggressive breast cancer, but she got ahead of it because she found out really early through an annual mammogram, and something that if they found out even a few months later could have been really bad. She's doing amazing. So just make sure you get your screenings and your monthly checkups.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice
Thank you,
evening.
Aline and Angela and Dash. He can hang out there all night if he wants. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. This week, we join the state of California in recognizing Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. It's a moment to reflect on the crucial role these dedicated professionals play in ensuring the safety, health, and overall well-being of our community. Code enforcement officers are on the front lines addressing a wide range of important issues, from building and zoning regulations to environmental and public safety concerns. Their work keeps our neighborhoods safe, preserves property values, and maintains the quality of life for both residents and visitors. Here in West Hollywood, our code enforcement officers are also involved in key community events like Pride and Halloween, ensuring that they run smoothly and safely. They're available 7 days a week to respond to community concerns, underscoring their commitment to serving this city. Today, we honor their expertise, professionalism, and the essential work they do every day. A big thank you to this team for their dedication to keeping West Hollywood vibrant, safe, and welcoming. At this time, I would like to invite our code enforcement team to the dais to accept a proclamation and take a photo with us.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Vito Adamitis. I'm the Neighborhood and Business Safety Manager for the city. We just want to also express our appreciation and thanks for the support of the council, our city administration, our city staff, the tremendous staff that we get to work with here at the city. Our work in code enforcement could not be possible with the support from all the great people that we get to work with, both in and out of City Hall, including our public safety partners at the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, the many allied agencies that we get to work with every day. So I want to express on our behalf our thanks and appreciation for all the people who support us in our work. I also want to thank all of our team that's here today. Not all of them could be here today because some of them worked last night and this morning, but just want to thank our tremendous staff who go out and do the job, as was mentioned earlier, in some cases 7 days a week. We also have 2 of our contract code enforcement staff who are working in the multifamily inspections program, which is a new pilot program, Kevin Lee and Chris Alvarez. Yay. I won't have them do a speech. But really want to thank our contract staff and thank our code enforcement staff with the city of West Hollywood for the tremendous work that they do every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Vito. And I didn't want our code enforcement team to have to follow the next individual. So I am so excited for our final proclamation. And if you are on TikTok or social media, you know Cosmo, the Queen of Melrose, better than a lot of us, but Cosmo has been a true champion to the community. So whereas Cosmo, also known as the Queen of Melrose, is a trailblazing American stylist, fashion designer, entrepreneur, and internet sensation and personality who has been shaping the local fashion scene for over 30 years while proudly representing and supporting the LGBTQ community. And whereas early in her career, Cosmo began as a stylist at a renowned Melrose Avenue boutique. where her unique flair attracted high-profile celebrities, including Madonna, solidifying her presence in the industry and carving out space for queer voices within fashion. And whereas in 2010, Cosmo launched her own boutique, Cosmo's Glam Squad, on Melrose Avenue, and has since expanded her fashion empire with 2 additional boutiques, earning her the iconic title Queen of Melrose, while uplifting LGBTQ visibility, self-expression, and fearlessness. And whereas Cosmo has styled an illustrious roster of celebrities, including Nicki Minaj, Nicole Kidman, Beyonce, Shaquille O'Neal, CeeLo Green, Erykah Badu, and Justin Timberlake, using her platform to break barriers and advocate for inclusion in the entertainment and fashion industries, particularly for LGBTQ individuals. And whereas Cosmo has been a strong advocate for LGBTQ rights and empowerment, leveraging her success and visibility to inspire others in the community to embrace their authentic selves, and has used her businesses as a safe space for LGBTQ plus individuals to explore identity and self-expression through fashion. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes Cosmo, the Queen of Melrose, for her invaluable contributions to the world of fashion, art, and creativity, and for being a vibrant representation of the LGBTQ community with unwavering pride and distinction. And furthermore, Cosmo uses her platform to save lives every day, and I'm thankful for you for doing that. I would like to invite Cosmo, the Queen of Melrose, up here to accept this proclamation.
Oh my God. John, thank you so much. Like, this is another pinch me moment in sobriety. And I'm so grateful, you know? And the thing is, Eugenia, on Labor Day, you know, where you should have been barbecuing by the pool, and you're like, I'm gonna call Cosmo and ask him to do a proclamation, you know? And she's like, the mayor's on the phone, so you made my pool party, girl. It was like fabulous. But you know what? Thank you guys so much for this. You know, mental health and sobriety is a really big deal for me. Basically, after pandemic, I have stores on Melrose. I've been there for 35 years. After pandemic, and then it was the protest, where they came and burned like Melrose down, you know, every store but my stores, you know? And insurance didn't cover, it was a really bad time. And since then, I've been really kind of chasing my tail, trying to like keep my doors open, you know, for fashion, you know? And yeah, I get this celebrity and that celebrity, but man cannot live on Beyonce alone, you know? So, right, Jay-Z could. But anyway, yeah, so basically, my friend Eugenia, my partner Donato, please stand up, Donato. Look how handsome he is. So it takes an army. This is my army, guys, really. And there's more, they just couldn't make it. But, and this is Mark, for you guys, Soft White Underbelly? That's Mark. He created Soft White Underbelly, who brings like mental illness and drug addiction to the forefront. So basically, and he asked me to come on his show. So I came on his show, but I was a little different than everybody else. I came on with a solution. Like, you can be in the bushes downtown LA and smoking crack and carrying on in West Hollywood in the bars and there, you know, and go crazy, because I was schizophrenic. Like, I thought I was hanging out with Lindsay Lohan, for real, right? I lost my mind. And basically, you can come back from the trenches, you know, and I did. And I went to Tarzana. I want to thank Tarzana Medical in the Valley. And basically, so, you know, my stores, like, there's no walk-in traffic anymore in Melrose. Melrose really changed, you know, the brick and mortar, the middle class. So basically, and I believe that I could, like, I could change that, you know? So basically, my friend Eugenia here with the camera, I wake up with this camera at 5 o'clock in the morning in my house, by the way. And she said, you gotta get in front of the camera. You gotta get in front of the camera. And I'm like, you know what? I'm 61 years old. She goes, ageism, perfect. I'm overweight, it's okay, we'll get you, you know. So basically, I got on camera basically to save my stores on Melrose. And it cut to, after doing Mark's Underbelly, people coming in my store and they're like, you saved my life. Like, I'm sober because of you, because you are who you are. And basically, like, I didn't commit suicide because of you. And all day, there's people coming in my stores and they're just giving me hugs, you know? And I just thought I was gonna sell a dress, you know? And like, God's plan is way bigger than my plan. And I just want to say I'm very grateful and honored for this. You know, it's like, wow, it's another pinch me moment. But it goes to show you that we can all change. Like, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I've been on social media for only 7 months. And I literally get DMs from all over the world saying, I'm sober because of you. You know, I could be authentic if I want to wear a wig or lashes or just be myself. And it's not only just LGBTQ community, it's everyone, you know, and it's like unity, you know. And I'm just really grateful, you know, who knew, you know. And I want to thank my mom. I'm going to be 8 years sober on October 18th. And that's her birthday. And I want to thank God for showing me, the miracle happens.
We love you, Cosmo.
So thank you guys so much. Thank
love
you.
you so
Thank you, John. Thank you.
All right. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. A public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items. Other agenda items, if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general public comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the City Clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you sign up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment items, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than a prepared written statement and or writing materials. We are going to stick to 20 minutes tonight, my colleagues, because we have 3 public hearings. So we're going to, I'll keep a timer, but Madam City Clerk, if you can. But how many public speakers do we have?
We have 12 in chambers and currently 2 in Zoom, but 3 signed up.
Great, we'll go to Zoom first.
Okay.
Our first speaker on Zoom is Zakia Wright. Zakia, go ahead, you'll have 2 minutes.
City Council, this is Zakia Wright. I just want to start off by saying it was great seeing a lot of you around the city this weekend, from the Mobility Expo to the Voters Forum to the Halloween event. It was really great seeing just our city being so active. I'm also happy to see items F2 and F3 on the agenda, and I will be speaking later on F1, so talk to you later.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Darvish.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Myers, Council, and staff. Wanted to speak about public safety item number, item number B10, related to drones and real-time cameras. I'm sure you all have watched the news and have seen the latest burglary attempt and arrest on Cynthia down the street from me, and also the criminal activities around my property across from the Hermitage Hotel that happened several times in the last 24 months, and also homeless people behavioral health entering our properties. So this is timely, and please do it sooner than later and faster, and forget about fancy websites and too much outreach that we've been doing for, I believe, for the last 3 or 4 years that I've been involved. So I'm hoping that this would take off sooner than later, and you all don't depend on our personal Ring cameras that are not very dependable on our doorbells. Also wanted to talk about patrolling. That is a forgotten language in our city. I'm hoping that the city would fund a police station to add more patrolling motorbikes and officers to do patrolling. I think we only have like 1 motorbike and 2 officers so far for a few years from what I've heard in the past. I often wonder if the union or Genevieve from Chamber of Commerce would get involved and solve some of our public safety issues by funding, or maybe their focus is just their own interest of earning more money and improving their bank accounts. Please make our city cleaner and safer, and do it sooner and faster. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is the other public commenter back in? No. Great. All right. Moving in chambers, we have Alan Strasberg, to be followed by Annie Jump-Vicente.
Alan Strasberg, 33, resident of West Hollywood. I'm happy that WeHo Online has lately published details of the demand register. I'm probably one of the few people who enjoy reading the demand register to see where our money is being spent. The most important function you play as holders of offices of public trust is that of being stewards of the public purse. Sometimes the demand register contains tidbits that need further exploration, and the current one certainly does demand extra scrutiny. It was reported by WeHo Online, based on a read of the current demand register, that 5 people went on a junket to Paris to study best practices for hosting Olympic-related events when the Olympics come to Los Angeles in 2028. The demand register appears to list only items for which a traveler shelled out their own money and for which reimbursement was provided by the city. In one instance, John Erickson is listed as having expenses of $973.96. But missing from that number are the thousands of dollars spent on airfare and 5 nights in a luxury 4-star Paris hotel, all charged directly to a city credit card. All in, Erickson's boondoggle to Paris cost the taxpayers $4,856.85. This information was obtained through a Public Records Act request, and I've resubmitted to supplement the one I did to request Erickson spending by adding language to see exactly how many people went on this best practices study and how many tens of thousands of dollars of public money were spent for the creative city to fly off to Paris to learn how to be creative. Stay tuned. It is highly likely that the $11,068.17 reported in total is only part of the total expenditures on this waste of public funds. Beyond the perverse squandering of public funds, however, is the hypocrisy of the carbon footprint of this excess. A round trip in economy seating from Los Angeles to Paris emits approximately 2.8 tons of carbon dioxide, and that represents 17.5% of the 16.
Annie Jump-Vicente, to be followed by Victor Olmanchenko.
I love that a man who likes to attack people for being brown, like Miss Seppi Shine here, and a lesbian. I'm right. This fucking white supremacist here. Let's talking shit about everyone else. Hey, don't you all understand that fucking the American government is corrupt? Don't you think that your elected officials don't take bribes? Don't you understand that money in politics has destroyed this country since 1976? Buckley v. Vallejo announced that money is speech, entered soft money into political activities. An unlimited amount of money went to political parties starting in 1976. Holy shit, you think that this government isn't corrupt? Every single fucking city council is corrupt, you dumb motherfuckers. A city that has tens of millions of dollars in extra budget, where do you think that goes? That doesn't go to us. No shit. I've been trying to demand fucking trans refugee protections for $38 fucking million that you have, but you don't fucking listen. You don't fucking meet with me. You don't talk to me. You fucking read my messages, but you don't fucking respond. All I want is a fucking meeting. I've been dying to work with you. I tried to go to your fucking routes, but you don't listen. Instead, your fucking security ambassadors beat the shit out of me. Your deputies arrested me in my own fucking home. I don't give a shit about all your fucking French money you spend. I don't give a shit. You'll spend it anyway. You'll spend it on frivolous activities. It's fucking ridiculous. I came here to speak about other things. I got called a terrorist yesterday for walking to the fucking grocery store. I sent you a fucking video where I nearly got stabbed and shot in front of my house. I sent that shit to you. I have to wear 2 body cams because I'm so afraid.
Thank you, Annie. Victor Olmanchenko to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council members. Victor Olmanchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident, here to thank City Manager David Wilson, Ms. Safriat, and Mr. Kaspratit for release at 5 p.m. today of the draft preliminary strategic plan for the next 15 years. I just had 45 minutes to look at it, and I just want to urge everyone who's in the audience, as well as those of you out there in the dark. There were 6,000 people who participated in the engagement process. 1,000 actually responded to a city survey. It would be wonderful if 2 weeks from now, when you will codify and approve this plan, that there is a review process, and those folks who were concerned about what was getting into this plan, that they have a chance to look at it, that they go to the website, that they go to Engage WeHo, and look at the plan. Were the things that you talked about reflected in the plan? That would be great public engagement, and I look forward to the meeting 2 weeks from now. But from a quick review, I just wanted to say that I really like the term in here of attainable housing. It mentions that 16,400 units are rent stabilized still in this city as of this year. How many were rent stabilized when we were founded 40 years ago, 30, 20, 10? Let's get a grasp on that. And the other thing I wanted to mention, our population has been pretty stable. We're at 35,075 people in 2024, but this is an interesting statistic in this report. In 2010, only 6% of WeHoans were making $200,000 or more a year. By the year 2024, there has been a threefold, 300% increase to 19% of folks in this city making $200,000 or more. What is going on? Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Stephanie Harker to be followed by David Nash. Don't worry, Michael, you're in 3 up, so you'll be okay.
Not against my 2 minutes.
No, you're good, thank you.
Yes, I am.
Good evening. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. Many in the community are sick to death of paid volunteers representing the hospitality union, Unite Here Local 11, knocking on our doors, ringing our phones, flooding our emails with partially true statements and a few lies about opposing candidates. Just so it is clear, George Nickel is a lifelong Democrat, is in favor of Prop 33, and in favor of affordable housing. By the time the election rolls around, the union Unite Here Local 11 will have spent close to $200,000 to elect John Erickson and Danny Hang for City Council. This begs the question that why does an outside interest group spend that kind of money to get someone elected to a job that pays $18,000 a year? Just a question. Now, the Fountain Avenue bike lanes. If you proceed with this plan, you may indeed be making it safer for the 150 cyclists per day, but you will be endangering the lives of the thousands of WeHo residents, particularly along Fountain Avenue, who will have to wait longer for first responders to reach them, as there is no emergency lane and nowhere for the drivers to pull over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie, before you go back, you wanted to speak on item B10 too, the public safety item. Could you add like 40? I think she ended at 40. I didn't know if you wanted to add.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just that I agree with Adam Darvish. The faster that we can implement the new technology, even in things that we wouldn't have thought about. I heard an article not too long ago, or heard it on the news, that a child was actually found who'd been missing for days, but they managed to find the child with a drone. And since the crime seems to be increasing, and they'll be able to get those drones there faster and know what's going on, it's a wonderful idea. I applaud it, and even though I am a child of the 60s and didn't really want Big Brother watching, now I hope Big Brother is watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. David Nash to be followed by Sam Borelli.
David Nash, West Hollywood resident. I want to say that October is one of my favorite months here. It begins with the Disability Advisory Board's health fair at Plummer Park, which was the most successful since before the pandemic. It was really a wonderful event. And then the month ends with Halloween. But why I'm really here tonight is to shamelessly promote the re-election of our mayor, Dr. John. I am so pleased that you're running again, and I noticed that we have some things in common. We're both over 6 feet tall. We both have light white-colored hair, and we both have pink suits. I remember that you wore one on the night that you were inaugurated, and in your honor, I'm wearing one tonight. I think it is so important in a city like West Hollywood that is internationally known as an icon for gay people that we have a very gay, out of the closet, friendly, fun mayor. In my 25 years in West Hollywood, you are the gayest, hands down, and most interactive with the community councilperson mayor that I've met. I'm grateful that you're here. I do want everyone in the audience and our friends listening at home to vote for you, Dr. John Erickson. I also am glad that Larry Block is here. He's someone who's been friendly in the community, runs a business, yet is sensitive to the needs of people with disabilities. I'm glad that he's running. I'm going to vote for both of you. And I just thank you so much for making this city so gay, because you are so gay.
Thank you, David.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Erickson.
We won't tell Jeff Prang that I've outgayed him. Next up is Sam Borelli, and excuse me, to be followed by Michael Resnow.
Good evening, Sam Borelli, and I'm here representing the Human Services Commission. Since we are not a televised commission, we attend city council meetings to share vital information with the community about supportive services available to them at no cost. As you know and proclaimed, October is Disabilities Awareness Month. Far too often, community members with disabilities are underserved in myriad ways, which impacts their health and their ability to lead fuller lives. Fortunately, this city partners with the following agencies to provide related services. The Disabilities Community Resource Center supports individuals to live independently, think grab bars, ramps, and provides counseling and support groups, referrals, and other training programs. JVS SoCal's Disability Assessment Division assists individuals entering or re-entering the workforce, think jobs, by providing evaluations, counseling, mock interviews, resume writing, and job placement. And the West Hollywood Comprehensive Services Center at JFS, who named that, provides services and activities, think everything, including counseling, case management, fitness classes, social engagement, educational talks, and transportation assistance. There are so many partners providing even more services to all community members. Rental assistance, mental health care, hoarding, reproductive health, food, and more. Please let us help. Visit weho.org/human services or call 323-848-6510 to connect to services. Truly, these services exist in our city. They are free. Please call our Human Services Division or check them out online. And as a reminder, for Disability Awareness Month, the Disability Service Awards are here, 6 p.m. on Wednesday, October 23rd. We hope you can join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And then this will be our 20th, our last public commenter, Michael Rusnow, and we'll be at 20 minutes.
And I have 20 minutes, you said?
Michael, you could recite Tolstoy in 20 minutes.
I can't
so
say your
go ahead.
name in 2 minutes. Okay. I'm here about a ridiculously simple fix to a long, nagging problem, putting a left turn signal on the southeast corner of Crescent Heights in Santa Monica, fed by Laurel Canyon. It's tiresome to be in the left turn lane in 4th, 5th position or more, waiting 3 or more lights before one can turn because oncoming traffic keeps coming. Depending upon reactions of the first position driver, even the second driver may not be able to turn. I had lunch with the mayor last spring, and he contacted traffic officials, though it took about 6 months for the engineer to get back with an unwieldy chart based on guidelines from the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices instead of common sense. Many of you have sat in that left turn lane and experienced what I've gone through over the years. How much would it cost to put in a left turn signal? Not because it's mandated, but because it would make our lives better. This council narrowly approved controversial bike lane proposals for Fountain Avenue, not because of overwhelming numbers who use bikes for transportation. No way is that true. But because you wanted to improve the city, make it more amenable. In other words, you wanted to make West Hollywood a nicer place to live. I submit that while staff relies upon statistics and guidelines of questionable value to justify its intransigence, the elected council in a more proactive spirit could use its niceness quotient to put in the long-needed and desired left turn signal. Ignore guidelines and formulas that don't address well-known discomfort, overrule the staff, and recognize a left turn signal would make WeHo a nicer city. And in this case, I'm sure there'd be no public outcry about its implementation. Also, paint a longer Northeast Fairfax Fountain left turn lane. Now, few cars may enter and are stuck way behind cars heading forward. When the left turn signal appears, folks sit helplessly unable to move forward until the green light, missing their chance to turn until the next light or two. Fix this too, please. I've got 6 seconds for your applause, I don't know, and I want to let you know you're all getting an inscribed, personally autographed copy of this, and it's free.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. All right, City Manager Wilson, will you please provide us with your City Manager's report?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I want to share a brief update on the West Hollywood Care Team Behavioral Health Initiative launched in September of 2023. The Care Team, led and operated by our contracted nonprofit service provider, Sycamores, is now operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Care Team services are available to all West Hollywood community members. The Care Team responds to calls in multiple ways through the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, calls from law enforcement, fire and emergency services, block by block, and other approved service providers, as well as proactive community outreach. The Care Team also responds to calls for people experiencing homelessness received through the Homelessness Concern Line. In the first 9 months of operations, the Care Team responded to more than 500 crisis calls, serving approximately 450 unique individuals. To date, 96% of the cases have been stabilized without involving law enforcement or emergency hospitalization. For more information and updates about the Care Team, please visit the city's website at weho.org/careteam. It's also election time. Now it's time to get vote ready for the 2024 general municipal election, which will take place on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. The deadline to register to vote for the election is Monday, October 21st, 2024. That's 2 weeks from now. we have boat yard signs in the lobby to share with the public. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Nope. Wonderful. And congrats to the WeHo Cares team for their great work.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
For the city manager. So the CARES team, are they now actively or proactively just riding the streets when they don't have a case that's called in? We have a lot of homeless, unhoused people and transients who are laying in the street, on the sidewalks. Are they trying to go to areas where we know that people are?
Yeah, so they are doing proactive outreach when they're not involved in other service calls. So yes, there is some that it does happen.
Okay.
And they are 24/7.
Yes, they are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, moving right along, we're gonna, Madam City Clerk, will you provide the fiscal impact on the consent calendar, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items D1, E1, and F3 and the removal of item B5 is $4,312,720 in expenditures, $19,937 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. And with that, I see that there is a motion. I need a second. And I have a second to approve tonight's consent calendar. And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our first public hearing tonight. City staff has already taken their seats. Request for a development agreement to extend the implementation timeline for the approved project located at 8920 Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood. The public hearing is now open. Madams, my colleagues, do we have any disclosures?
Yes, Mayor, I've spoken to the applicant's representative, and I've also been to the site, including this morning.
Vice Mayor Byers?
I've spoken to the applicant's representatives. I also went to the site.
Councilmember Meister?
Yes, I spoke to the applicant's representative, and I've driven by the site many times.
Councilmember Shine?
I have also spoken to the applicant's representative and seen the site.
Ditto for me as well on both counts. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Wonderful. Will our fabulous staff please introduce themselves and provide a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Nick Marisich, Community Development Director, joined by staff from our Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division, our Planning Manager for that division, Jennifer Alkire, and Senior Planner Doug Vu, who will be providing the presentation for this item. Thank you. And I think we'll just be working to get the presentation up on the screen. Apologies, we're just getting set up here. We just need a few more moments.
You are just fine.
Looks like we're getting there.
Great.
Thank you.
And while you're getting set up, Janet, are there Zoom public commenters as well? No? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Jennifer or Nick or Doug.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, Mayor Erickson, members of the City Council. The item before you is a request for a development agreement that would extend the implementation and construction timeline for the previously approved 9-story commercial development on the approximately half-acre site at the southeast corner of Sunset Boulevard and Hilldale Avenue. So the original Arts Club project was approved by the City Council in August of 2018. and since then has received 2 amendments. The currently approved project includes a private club with the associated lounges, dining rooms, outdoor terraces, ground floor art gallery, and rooftop deck, as well as creative office, ground floor retail, and restaurant with outdoor dining uses over a full valet-operated underground garage with 279 parking spaces. So the project has also received 2 extensions of the permit expiration date, and this past March, the City Council approved an ordinance authorizing an additional 6-month extension for projects seeking development agreements. So last month, the Planning Commission reviewed the proposed development agreement that would allow 7 additional years to implement the project. And it includes the original public benefits that were not renegotiated and assessed in 2018 to have a total value of $13.35 million, consisting of 4 components. The first is the owner development, maintenance, and staffing of a 2,100 square foot public art gallery and rehearsal space for performance artists at no charge on the first floor of the new building for at least 25 years through an agreement with the city. The second is an annual $50,000 payment to the city during the term of the agreement, which the city's arts division shall use to assist artists and performers to seek grants or other support. The third component is an additional $1 million cash benefit payment to the city, in which at least 25% shall be allocated to the Sunset Boulevard Beautification Fund, and another 25% shall be allocated to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And the fourth and final component is an agreement in support of the arts requiring contributions of $100,000 per year for a period of 10 years. So the development agreement also contained new provisions intended to encourage timely construction of the project and impose penalties for delayed or suspended construction, including 3 primary components. The first is a payment of up to $5 million if physical construction does not commence upon specified dates following the agreement's approval date. The second is penalties of up to $4 million if construction has commenced but is suspended for more than 6 months at $500,000 for every 6-month period until construction resumes. And the third is an owner-installed art mural on the existing building to activate and improve the property following the procedures and guidelines under the city's mural program prior to commencement of the project's construction. So the Planning Commission ultimately voted to recommend approval with additional recommendations to the City Council that include revising the development agreement to do 4 primary things. The first is to extend the term of the agreement to 8 years. The second is to include language to affirm that the penalty payments would survive the term of the agreement. The third is to include the support of education in addition to the arts as the beneficiary of the separate 10-year and $1 million agreement with the city. And fourth, to consider the feasibility of offering interim site access for a community garden to activate the property prior to commencement of construction. So the applicant has agreed to these recommendations, and the development agreement included in your packet is redlined with these recommended revisions. Finally, staff would like to correct that the adoption date under section 1.5 of the development agreement to be October 21st, 2024, and not October 7th, as stated for the record. So this concludes my summary, and staff is available to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start to my right with Councilmember Meister for questions. Okay, sounds good. Councilmember Shine, do you have any questions for staff? No? Councilmember Heilman, do you have questions for staff?
I'm sorry, I had one question. There was an issue at the Planning Commission about some of the funding for education. Is that included in the recommendation?
Yes, that is included in the recommendation, and it is in the red line development agreement in your packet.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Byers? I don't have any questions. All right, I would now like to invite up the applicant, and we're going to give 10 minutes because I think this is a pretty comprehensive issue, and that will be inclusive of rebuttal.
So we want to give 8 minutes for
Yeah.
presentation and 2 minutes
Yes.
for rebuttal? Okay, let me just adjust it because I had it at 5. Give me one sec.
Because this is a complicated item, so I just think
Okay.
more time is helpful to the public.
Alrighty. Can we go back to Granny? Thank you. Oh, yeah, we have DJ's presentation. He's running.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Erickson, council members. Very much appreciate your time this evening. DJ Moore of Latham & Watkins on behalf of the applicant 8920 Sunset LLC. I'm here tonight with a member of the project ownership team who's traveled from London and our colleagues at Avriad Consulting. First, we'd like to thank the Planning Commission for their very detailed review of the development agreement last month, and city staff for all of their hard work on this important project for the Sunset Strip. We are in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation, as well as staff's recommendation that you approve the proposed development agreement that is before you in your packet. Tonight, I want to spend just a few minutes on the development agreement and highlight some elements of the public benefits package. For those of you not familiar with the project, or those who would like a little bit of a refresher, I'm going to share just a few renderings of the approved Gensler-designed building. This view looks south on Sunset Boulevard at the Hilldale intersection and really highlights the unique building design and facade that were elements of this landmark project that the city approved originally in 2018. The project would replace the former Hustler building on the corner of Hilldale and Sunset with a 9-story commercial building containing approximately 116,000 FAR square feet, including a private membership club with lounges, dining rooms, outdoor terraces, and a roof deck on the upper floors, creative office space on the middle floors, and retail restaurant uses with outdoor dining on Sunset, all built over a subterranean garage with all ingress and egress on Hilldale. The project includes a number of significant public benefits that were approved to compensate the city for the residual land value increase resulting from the project's land use entitlements, which did include a sunset-specific plan amendment. Staff summarized those just a moment ago, and they are memorialized in sections 4.1.1 to 4.1.3 in the development agreement. As staff mentioned, those benefits included $1 million in funding for the arts, another $1 million to the city, and a public art gallery and performing arts rehearsal space that is exclusively for use by the public and is what is shown in this rendering. The public benefits also include annual support for artists administered through the city to ensure that this is a thriving community gallery and rehearsal space. And here's another image of the project, again looking from the Sunset and Hilldale corner, south towards the public gallery there on the left, and the rehearsal that doubles as a rehearsal space. The project has been well supported throughout its entitlement process. It has earned the support of numerous community groups, including the West Hollywood West Hollywood Heights Neighborhood Association, the Norma Triangle Neighborhood Watch, and we also want to thank the Friends of West Hollywood Elementary for their support. It is also one of the very few projects that has been endorsed by the city's voters, over 60% of whom rejected a referendum challenging the city's project approvals back in 2019. Our clients remain committing to developing the approved project. After the original approval, we proceeded with and completed the plan check process, and we're on the verge of pulling building permits, but like many other development projects across this region, COVID-19, skyrocketing construction costs, spiking interest rates, and the resulting financial markets have made financing extremely difficult and, of course, caused delay. Accordingly, we did file for our development agreement almost a year ago in November of 2023 to provide additional time to build. In March 2024, as staff mentioned, the city adopted an ordinance granting additional time for projects seeking a development agreement such as this to extend their entitlements. With the benefit of that additional time, the applicant, the city manager, and staff have worked very hard to reach an agreement on a public benefits package that's memorialized in the draft that you're considering this evening, containing the Planning Commission's recommendations. In addition to the over $13 million in public benefits the city required in 2018 through the residual land value process, the development agreement includes several monetary and site activation benefits The monetary public benefits are twofold. First, a tiered payment structure requiring up to $5 million during the development agreement term until construction commences. And second, penalty payments of up to $4 million if construction starts and then is suspended for more than 6 months. The goals of these requirements are not only to provide public benefits to the city, but also to incentivize development to occur on a faster timeline. That's why the payments are lower in the first few years, to encourage the applicant to move faster with construction, with higher payments starting in year 4. As I noted previously, the financial markets have made the project difficult to work economically. However, as I'm sure you're aware, interest rates have come down markedly over the past several weeks. Construction costs have started to stabilize, and we understand lenders are becoming more comfortable with deploying capital for major development projects like this. Accordingly, our client team really is optimistic that demand in financial markets will support moving this project forward in the very near term, and we've already begun re-engaging with our architect and construction management teams to discuss next steps. But it's important to understand, of course, that every dollar that gets added to pre-operational costs makes it more difficult for the project to be viable. The applicant recognizes the city's desire not to grant extensions without further benefits to the city and has agreed to this payment structure with the hope and expectation that project construction can commence soon. We also recognize that site activation is an important element of any project to both the city and city stakeholders. And as I mentioned earlier, our clients have already completed the plan check process and had begun pre-construction work on the site before the project was delayed. This pre-construction work included removing the transformer from the site, so now unfortunately there is no longer any electricity service. Unfortunately, after discussions with city staff, we understand that there is no way to get power to this site without a new transformer that is specific to this building, which based on recent discussions with Edison would cost well over $250,000, could not be used in the new project, and would likely take 2 years or longer to manufacture, deliver, and install. Because we cannot have electricity in the existing building in the near term, the development agreement proposes we develop, submit, and put up an art mural on the building until such time as it is demolished. The art mural will be consistent with the city's mural program and will help beautify and activate the site. As negotiated with staff and the Planning Commission, it is important to have an artist on board and go through the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission process for public art before making a specific proposal about size and location. However, we are confident that working through the ACAC process will produce something innovative and that we in the city can be proud of. In addition, one of the Planning Commission's recommendations was for the site owner to make the rear surface parking lot available for potential use as a community garden until the project gets built. We understand that the success the city has had with some other community gardens in other parts of the city, and the owner is supportive of following that established rubric and making this portion of the site available for city and community use if the city ultimately determines that that's feasible and something that they'd like to move forward with. And consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation, we're respectfully requesting that the council approve the development agreement this evening and that you adopt the draft ordinances that are before you. We are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Heineman? Vice Mayor Byers? Councilmember Meister?
Could dig up a question.
I always have faith in you.
DJ, talking about the mural, I know that at Planning Commission, it wasn't very specific, and I know that our Arts Commission can handle, dealing with what comes forward in terms of the artist and what it looks like, et cetera. But I think an important point was the size of the mural, and the fact that the building is mostly glass. Whether you would be agreeable to a north side mural and west side mural, the west side facing and north side, but the entire wall, the entire, structure, as opposed to a little piece like a 5 by 5. I mean, it's not going to help us, I think to not have anything specified in terms of size is a mistake. So, since you're here, what are your feelings about that?
So, we've had a lot of discussion about this, and we had a lot of discussion with city staff about it as well, when we were making this proposal. Because again, the intent from the applicant team is to do something that is interesting and innovative with the site. We did not want to box in an artist to say, okay, you have to cover the wall top to bottom, left to right. Obviously, we do not want a postage stamp, right? That is not going to do anybody any good as far as site activation goes, and I don't think would be consistent with, this being the creative city. But we did not want to get too far out ahead of an artist. It'd be great if we could do something that's three-dimensional. None of those elements have been worked out, and so I'm concerned about providing any kind of parameters or limitations, other than I think this discussion and hopefully my representations on the record will, play into that ACAC process so that the ACAC has the appropriate direction that we want this to be creative, that the idea is not for it to be a poster, but to be something that is activating of the building, and that we can work through with a qualified, approved artist through the city's process to make a reality.
Are you looking at both sides of the building? In other words, the north side and the west side?
Yes, we're absolutely looking at both sides, but again, I feel it's tough to constrain an artist that you don't have yet, and I know that there are a lot of people who are going to have a lot of creative thoughts on this process.
Okay, and then my other question is, one of the things in the conditions in the DA is, meaningful progress, or meaningful construction. What is your definition of meaningful?
So my definition of meaningful, and honestly the way that we drafted this, was to give city staff the discretion to decide what was meaningful. Because the problem is that at various different stages of the construction process, something might be meaningful, right? What is meaningful during excavation is going to be different from, pouring concrete, is going to be different from once we come out of the ground and we're building, floors. And so it's very difficult to pin down what is meaningful, but it is more than, just having pulled, your permit and pushing dirt around to keep your permit alive, right? Which we understand has been a problem on other projects that the city has faced. And so that's why we did not tie it to the building codes definition of what is necessary to secure another 6 months of building rights under the building code. We included the word meaningful to give staff the discretion to decide, and the way that it is set up in the development agreement is for staff to give us notice that meaningful construction is not ongoing, and that starts the clock.
May I follow up on that question, Councilmember Meister?
Yep.
Lauren Langer, I know we were having this meaningful progress conversation when it came to cannabis a few months back, and did we ever get to a final definition of what that meaningful progress meant in our code for the outstanding cannabis licenses? Because that was a question I thought when I was reading this through.
Yes, the council did. There was a definition that was included that had a couple milestones and a couple factors to be considered once you've gotten past certain milestones. You had to have a lease, you had to do certain things. If you call, if you get comments back from the city, you have to respond within a certain number of days. So there was definitely factors that were considered, but it is staff's determination of what is, I think in the cannabis ordinance, it's
I know this
substantial and diligent process, or the term's a little bit different.
I know this is kind of not apples and oranges, but really is, because a cannabis lounge versus this, but is there a way, or did staff look at kind of the differentiation between meaningful and substantial in our code? I see the discretion given by the applicant to the city to kind of have almost a free-for-all to say that is not meaningful or substantial, you're not doing X, Y, or Z, but I didn't know if that was a conversation in the development conversation.
It's not laid out in those terms. I know the development agreement also uses terms such as you have to diligently pursue construction, you have to use commercially reasonable efforts, and when you get to deliberation, maybe there's some language that we can more clearly clarify that it's the city's determination, if that's the intent of the parties, that the city makes the call of when that point has been met or not been met.
Okay, thank you. I have a second question because Councilmember Meister and I must be muralists in our dreams, because I was thinking about the art installation going around the library currently, but the shape of the building itself being a very specific project for the Equal Means Equal campaign that's going to be all over this building before you know it. But I don't know if Rebecca or anyone from arts is still here, but is there even, because I was looking at the muralist definitions and like how and who can submit to mural applications for the city, much to your point, DJ, but to your point as well, like how do we find that middle ground? So art is on both sides, which I agree with, but is there even a process kind of in existence for this type of building yet? And if you don't have the answer, I don't think Rebecca is here, which is fine. Maybe we can get an answer later, but I don't even know if we have those parameters set forth in our muralist applicants yet. So that was my hesitation to it, because I would love to see it be artistic, but I didn't know.
I have a quick question, sorry. Just to clarify, I thought we were talking about murals on the existing building, not on this one.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
I was this is a weird shaped building. That building that's currently on Sunset
Yes,
is a shape in a similar way, but
this is a weird shaped building too, but we like
very
it.
much,
But,
yes, very much.
All right, I
but
just
that
wanted
was
to
kind
clarify.
of my thinking, like where do we find the muralist for, and do we even have those parameters set out by the city yet?
Mayor Erickson, Aaron Green with the Africa Consulting Group. So part of the way that we got to this idea was basically building off of the city's program of the Art on Construction fencing.
Okay.
And so there are certain muralists that have worked with the city before that are experienced with creating murals that span long lengths along Sunset Boulevard and other faces. And so we feel confident that working with the city's existing bank of designated muralists, and those are the ones that are also allowed to participate in the Art on Construction fencing program, that we should be able to find some. Great. In addition, the city does have a provision that allows for a one-time qualification of a muralist in the case of somebody particularly unique and qualified.
Great, you had the answer for me. Thank you so much. And then my last question for you, Lauren Langer, was I know there was a ballot referendum related to this item, and when I was rewatching the Planning Commission meeting, several commissioners discussed that referendum, which failed. Maybe I'm getting the semantics differentiated here, but is any decision that we make related to this building, are we in any type of disagreement with what the voters ultimately decided in 2019? And let me know if you need me to rephrase my question.
No, I think I understand the question. We could look at that for a moment, but the aspects of the actual project are not changing. This is just more about time and public benefits.
Yes.
And I know that the Sunset Specific Plan Amendment, when the project was approved, was very clear that this extra height and density is contingent upon there being public benefits.
Yes.
So it always envisioned public benefits in exchange for the height and density, and the project parameters are not changing. So I don't see a conflict.
That's correct, and I actually did I made sure I printed out the ballot question so I had it. So the ballot question from 2019 was, shall resolution number 18-5104 be adopted, approving a general plan amendment for the Arts Club project at 8920 Sunset Boulevard, thereby allowing the project to proceed?
Thank you. That was just the one thing I was trying to go back and look. Those are all my questions. Does anyone else have anything? Great. We're going to now receive comment from persons in the audience, and we'll give you 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you.
When you come back, thank you so much, DJ. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 2 minutes, and if you haven't already, please see Melissa, and we'll get to it. We have Sarah White to be followed by John Paul Tremblay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah. I'm a longtime resident of West Hollywood. I'm also a mother of two. My oldest goes to kindergarten at West Hollywood Elementary. I'm also a full-time pediatrician, and I'm on the board of Friends of West Hollywood Elementary, which, as you guys know, is a parent-run, fully volunteer, nonprofit organization that aims to raise money for things at our West Hollywood Elementary School, such as arts and music. I'm here because we support this development. We support this development because it has the opportunity to really revitalize a corner right near our school that is right now quite run down. And we also support this development because they've made a commitment to supporting our school, and they've done that through their 100,000 public benefits, which is meant to support the arts and education. All of you guys, I'm sure, have spent time with elementary school children, and you guys know how intuitively creative and artistic they all are. And as a pediatrician, I would say that it's not just the job of the parents, but it's also the job of the community to really support our children and encourage that intuitive, artistic ability that they have, so that they can grow up to be have those same assets when they're adults. So I'm here to say that we are in support of the development, but also that I think that we can better support that by saying that this public benefit specifically be used for public education in the arts, so that it can go to where it would be utilized the best, which is in our public elementary school. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and it's nice to meet you off of Zoom and in person. John Paul Tremblay, to be followed by Adam Darvish.
Hi, everybody. I, too, am a board member on FOE and the parent of a first grader. He's okay. And I live with him about 10 minutes away from West Hollywood Elementary. We walk to school every morning, and we walk across the Sunset Strip down Hilldale, unless he makes us late because he gets distracted by book soup. But I wanted to appeal on behalf of the need for this public education arts initiative, the public-private partnership and the need thereof, because our children, the roughly 300-something students at West Hollywood Elementary, we currently only have arts classes and arts programs for them less than a third of the school year, which is, frankly, pretty tragic. And that's sort of symptomatic of the long, slow, steady decline of public education financing and funding throughout America over the past half century. And so we are looking towards this public-private partnership just to try to appeal to giving our children, you know, the next generation of West Hollywood residents, the opportunity to be creative and really foster the same values that I think we all pride about the city of West Hollywood. So yeah, I'm in steadfast support of this project. And I think all of us at FOE, and for that matter, I think all the parents of West Hollywood Elementary are as well. In our fundraising capacities, when I'm talking to parents, one of the things I often hear when I'm basically begging them for additional money to sort of help pay for things like physical education and arts is like, oh, well, why can't the government and the school district help? And I have to often explain the idea of like a Title I school where some schools in underprivileged areas will receive substantial federal funding, but we in West Hollywood get no such thing, so we can rely on the public-private partnership, and it's vital, and I plead with you.
Thank you so much. Adam, we're going to come to you last. I forgot that you're on Zoom, so if you're listening, stay tuned. Annie Gianfacente, to be followed by Victor Olmanchenko.
You can just start the time. It's fine. Thank you. Sorry, it's kind of hard to come back, start disassociating. It's been happening more and more. So I haven't really been able to focus, but I did hear one part about graffiti. Hey, if you're having an arts installation, I know Chelsea suggested me sign up back in like late 2023 for an arts grant, which was like the day before the deadline, so I couldn't
Annie,
apply.
could you speak into the mic so we can just hear you? Thanks.
Wow, that's a first. Just thinking about that arts grant,
I'd really like to do some mural or something. You know, it'd be great to get a whole bunch of trans people to do a mural. Some really cool artists, but I can't even think.
Thank you, Andy. Victor Olmanchenko to be followed by Steve Martin.
Victor Olmanchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. I saved some of the literature here, and there was a measure called Measure B, which citizens did vote on. It said, yes on B replaces this, the hustler. I didn't know the hustler was so hated, with something extraordinary. And what was supposed to be extraordinary about this project, one of the features, was that it was going to become an extraordinary cultural hub for residents of all ages, anchored by the prestigious Arts Club of London, founded by Charles Dickens in 1863. Well, that idea, I guess, has come and gone. And while the agreement provides support for the arts, you should also address the affordable housing crisis by enhancing the development agreement. I think you have an opportunity here. I know there's a lot of discussion about a temporary garden, a temporary mural. How about increasing the paltry $250,000 that's being put into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund by something that's more affected by an inflationary factor? The public benefits were worth about $12 million in 2018. They've increased somewhat in the staff report to $13 million, but the inflation factor would increase that to about $15.1 million. I think you could ask for more here than just a temporary mural. And the fact that 10 of the guest rooms are being changed into 13,000 square feet of office space. Why? Couldn't that 13,000 square feet of guest rooms be changed into some perhaps affordable housing? You're going to be discussing micro units. What about 20 650 square unit studios that could give homes to the artists that we talk about trying to encourage, or possibly to the workers who would be tending to the building that would be ultimately built here? I think you could change the public benefits, and I think you should ask for more. You have a chance to address the affordable housing crisis tonight with your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Steve Martin to be followed by David Eckert.
Thank you. Steve Martin, West Hollywood. And I will echo some of what Victor said. I guess I was on the losing side of the initiative because I was working with Unite here to make this building more of a mixed use. I do think the biggest public benefit would be housing. A mixed use project here would be great. This could be a wonderful arts hub if it ever gets built. It's not going to be the arts club. I think a lot of people feel that we've gotten a pig in the poke here, in all due respect. But ideally, we've got some credible people here that will actually build this project. I do want to comment on, and I appreciate the support about the mural, and I think the mural should be very focused on the Sunset Strip. We've got unique history up there. It should be icons of the Sunset Strip. It should honor the Moglieris, the Adlers, Gazzari, the people that really invested and made the Strip great. It should have references to Motley Crue, the Go-Go's, Van Halen, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, and you guys can fill in the blanks. But it should be really something fun, something that brings people together, something that celebrates the Strip. And I know there'll be other creative ideas, and it could even be painted by trans people. I mean, whatever. I want to be respectful. But I do think that if you are giving direction on a mural, and I hope you do, that it's sunset oriented. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve. David Eckert to be followed by Adam Darvish, who's in Zoom, and then citizen position slips, please.
Good evening, City Council. My apologies. I just had dental surgery, so if I sound weird, I'm sorry. I just have a suggestion. The mural, I think, is a great thing. I would just suggest a couple things. One, I would put something in the writing that this doesn't become an advertisement billboard in the mural. But also with the school, why not involve the school and the children in creating this mural? Why does it have to be an actual artist? This is a great way to promote the school, give them a voice, and let them interpret what Sunset Strip is about musically for children. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and I hope you feel better. You're welcome. We're going to go to Adam Darvish and then citizen position slips, please.
Adam, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Good evening. Hope you can hear me. So I have an idea for this project. Maybe I should add a pot lounge so that people could get high and look at artwork. Maybe that's a good idea. And for the city to make more money. But sorry, I'm just joking. Our city is more dirty now than Amsterdam. Our sidewalks are filthy. So you might as well just do it all. But my point by calling for this item is look at Hilldale, look at Hammond. Both are close to traffic below Sunset. And you all just approved the project at the corner of Larrabee and Sunset without even discussing traffic flow on Larrabee or Hammond. You all know, although the entrance is from Larrabee, the drivers do not care. They go up and down. They already do that. They have Uber drivers that park on our street, block our driveways. And there was, again, disappointed that there was no discussion from any one of you. I think maybe Councilmember Heilman and Meister had pointed to those, but I urge you to go back and look at Larrabee and Palm and close those streets as this project goes. I know the city needs to move forward and build more and have more pot lounges. But I urge you to protect all of our residents and look after us and do it in a sensible way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. We'll go to citizen position slips, and then we'll have a rebuttal for the applicant.
Thank you. We have one citizen position slip in opposition of the recommended item from Wendy Goldman of West Hollywood.
Thank you so much. Would you, the applicant, like to do a 2-minute rebuttal?
Good evening again. DJ Moore of Latham and Watkins on behalf of the applicant. I just wanted to address a few items that were raised during public comment. Although the private club element of the project will no longer be called the Arts Club, I did want to reconfirm for the council that Gary Landsberg, who many of you have met over the years, who is the one who reinvigorated the London Arts Club and has been part of the ownership team of this project since its inception, continues to remain involved and continues to plan on opening a members club here that is focused on the arts, music, and cultural exploration, the same ethos that the Arts Club was going to bring to this city. As far as affordable housing goes, I did want to commit that, the applicant would be fully supportive of the development agreement fees that are being proposed in the development agreement, some portion of those or all of them being allocated specifically towards affordable housing. Regarding adding housing in the project, given the floor plates on this commercially designed building, the need for open space, private open space, and other requirements that go into developing a housing project, the addition of housing would require a substantial change to the design. Obviously, that's not in front of the council this evening, but I just wanted to make that clear for the record. And then as far as the mural goes, I believe the code already prohibits any kind of offsite advertising in connection with art murals, but we certainly commit that there's no intent for there to be any offsite advertising.
Wasn't that the affordable housing question? And I don't remember 2019 as I used to, so I apologize if I'm just making up things. I don't mean to. I don't remember what I did last week anymore, so there you go. Wasn't that the question before the voters, or partially part of the debate, is that the other individuals wanted to have the whole area, well, part of the area be housing on the strip?
So to go back to 2019, a portion of the site was designated, the portion of the site that fronts Sunset Boulevard was designated in the Sunset specific plan.
Yeah.
The rear of the site was where there has long been a surface parking lot, was designated as an R2 zone. And so part of the entitlements included a general plan amendment that was going to bring all of the site into the Sunset Specific Plan. And you're correct, Mayor Erickson, that was the question in front of the voters, which was, do we approve this general plan amendment that is being proposed to bring it all into the Sunset Specific Plan? And the voters did, of course, endorse bringing the entire site into the Sunset Specific Plan.
Great. Thank you. Do my colleagues have any other additional questions? Otherwise, we can get to deliberations. No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to now close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. The council can still obviously ask questions of staff, and we'll move to deliberations. Councilmember Howman, would you like to start?
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to just call you out.
That's okay. First of all, thank you to everyone who spoke tonight, and thank you for the input we received. When this project came before the council, as I recall, and my memory is not that good either, but I recall I eventually voted no on this project, largely because I felt it was being sold to the community as the Arts Club project, where fully half of the building was simply spec office building. And I didn't really feel like we needed to approve a project of this size and this height under the guise of bringing the Arts Club here. I was outvoted, obviously. And so the project was approved, and staff asked us at some point whether projects whose entitlements were expiring, whether those projects could get an extension if a amendment to the development agreements were negotiated, or new development agreements were negotiated to reflect the delay and to penalize the delay. And I feel that our staff has been responsive to what the council gave direction on, which was not to renegotiate the underlying project, because that's not before us, not to renegotiate the original provisions of the development agreement, but to negotiate for additional benefits, recognizing the delay and the impact on the community of that delay. I am supportive of what staff has brought forward in many respects, but the applicant has already had 6 years. I understand the pandemic, I understand the financial markets and the high interest rates, but I'm still concerned about whether this project is going to be built. And I know that they made representations about Mr. Landsberg and his desire to have an arts club-like private membership entity here, and I take them at their word for that. But the deal isn't signed, right? So I think we should hold their feet to the fire and only allow an extension of 4 years. In some respects, that will save them money as well, because they won't have to make those higher payments in the latter years. So I am supportive of the extension, but only under a 4-year time limit. I also am supportive, and staff has assured us that the money for education is in there, so that presumably is for public education and would include the schools. And with respect to the mural, I think having a mural there until that building is, the existing building is demolished, and having that site activated as much as we can while they're going through plan check and the like, I'm supportive of that. I don't think we need to get into the weeds exactly of how that mural is going to be done and who's going to do it, but I support that component. So that's where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So I kind of understood the direction a little bit differently. I don't see that we precluded a discussion of alterations in the, some modification of the public benefit with a renegotiation of the, well, actually, a new development agreement, because this is a new development agreement. When the Palm project came before us for the umpteenth extension, and I had actually just gotten on council, we did ask them and they to pay interest, or it was either the inflationary, it was either CPI or interest, and maybe Jennifer remembers, but because, you know, $1 million in 2018 is not the same as $1 million now. So I feel that we should actually at least raise the amount based on inflation, what it would be worth now. And that's for all of the different cash portions of this development agreement, the $1 million, the $100,000 per year, and the $50,000 times 25. I also think that the and maybe I'm wrong, maybe this is happening, but that we should have the $100,000 per year. That's for the 10 years start when the agreement is signed. Does that happen, or is that not until it's built to staff?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Meister, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, so there's one provision is $100,000 per year for 10 years, and another provision is $50,000 for 25 years. And I just wondered, based on this development agreement, when do those when do they start to get paid? Like, when is the first year? Is it not until the project is built, or is it when the agreement is signed?
Yeah, I think they are in the conditions of approval. Let us check for you.
I can find them. The $50,000 payment is in 4.1.1.7, and it just says during the term of the agreement, the owner shall deposit on June 1st, before June 1st and commencing after the project obtains a certificate of occupancy. And then the $1 million payment is prior to the certificate of occupancy.
So, and what about the $100,000? Was that also certificate?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so I mean, I just feel that the $100,000 per year, which is the educational part, and the $50,000 for 25 years, which is, you know, not an enormous sum of money, should start upon signing the development agreement. The kids who are, you know, the parents who are here for their kids will have graduated West Hollywood Elementary School by the time, you know, the certificate of occupancy happens. And we'd like to see them enjoy that benefit now.
Maybe this is where they'll graduate.
So, and the truth of the matter is, we're not getting the Arts Club. We're getting something else, and it, you know, likely it will be wonderful, but it's an unknown. It's still an unknown factor. The Arts Club was a known. Also, our arena numbers are 50 times more than they were in 2018 when, you know, we approved this project, and I voted yes on this project. Our arena numbers were 77. And then several years later, our arena numbers went up to 4,000. So the whole idea of giving up that housing it's just a big difference, and it's a big change in what we voted for then, or what the circumstances were then. So I don't think it's a lot to ask to have the inflationary factor on all of the anything that has to do with the cash, you know, the million, the 100,000, the 50,000 a year, and then for the money to start now for the 100,000 and the 50,000 a year, for that to start upon signing of the agreement. And I also agree with Councilmember Heilman that it should be a 4-year term. If we wait, if we say 7 years or 8 years, I mean, I think Planning Commission went from 7 to 8 years. I mean, by the time it gets built, if that's when it gets built, you will have gone through like several cycles of building codes, you know? So I think, you know, if plan check can happen within 2 years, that shovels in the ground should start, you know, should be able to happen within, you know, within that 4-year time period. And so that's where I'm going right now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. In not being here to discuss a new version of this project, I'm generally supportive of what we have before us. I had a few questions, particularly, I think it was in the presentation, you mentioned 90 days from the signing of agreement for the mural, but it wasn't in the staff report. Is that a number that I made up?
Yes, it just wasn't in the staff report because I
Okay.
just wanted to keep it brief, but the exact provisions are actually in the DA, so within 90 days of the approval date. Yes.
Okay.
Or-
Which is an ambitious process for the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission to move through, but exciting to know that they'll be focused and on track with bringing something online in the Sunset area. And I agree with what Councilmember Heilman said, that we don't need to, you know, shape the contours of that much more. If we have a bench of muralists ready to go, I know they'll come up with something fabulous. And living right around that area, that whole area, anything happening there will be really exciting. I know we had the Chamber of Commerce and folks at Songword Studios working really hard to try to activate the space, so we know activations needed in the interim for whatever's coming online. And with that, I had a question. I noticed too that the community garden concept as an interim on the site is still a question of viability. So do we have a timeline that we'd be able to determine viability by? So at least we can help manage that expectation in the community.
Once you say community garden, just be ready. So that's why that needs to be very clear.
And 90 days could be fast, so I understand if it needs more time.
I can speak to the first question about
Okay.
the mural. So it's in 4.1.6 of the development agreement. It says within 90 days of the commencement date, owner shall submit an application to the city to install an art mural. And then that it additionally says the art mural shall be installed within 90 days of the city's approval of the mural.
Okay, so
there's
up
those
to us in some ways.
Yeah,
Okay,
two
great. Thank you
provisions.
for the clarification.
With respect to the community garden, I think that there are other staff that are involved in making determinations about project feasibility based on the city's experience with managing these sorts of installations on a temporary basis. So I don't know if, that's something we can
Come
try
on
to
down,
get
Helen.
additional
Don't let us
information for
stop
you
you.
on our-
Thanks, Helen.
Yeah.
We have Helen Collins here.
And Helen, if you remember how long it took the community garden in Plummer Park when we had our Plummer Park subcommittee, like that type of timeline?
It probably took us all in all about 5 months to do everything because we started ahead of time.
Yeah.
And then we had to roll into, in this side, I'm not aware if it has water and things like that. So establishing utilities and things, may take a little bit longer. At Plummer, we were operating with our own utilities that were already there. So that was a 5-month, probably about a 5-month period. This is probably going to be
10 months.
It'd be a lot longer.
Yeah, it'd be a while. Okay, thank you.
That's really helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Are those your questions, comments?
Yeah, that's all I have
Great.
to say for now.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes, thank you. So with the comments from my colleagues, I have some questions so I can process and gauge it based on the timeline. So the new components of the agreement to encourage timely construction is that unless physical construction of the project has commenced, payment of up to $5 million to the city upon specified dates following the approval, including 5 days, 18 months, 30 months, 42, then 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So essentially, this is giving a potential 7-year span to complete the project based on anticipated potential delays, et cetera. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because it's
Those will be the penalties if the project does not begin construction.
Begin
In
construction, not
phases.
complete.
In phases.
Begin construction.
Begin construction.
Begin construction. Oh, so, okay, so it's not in phases that then It's just beginning construction and that's it. So then, what is, Councilmember Heilman, you want to end it at 4 years? Is that what I'm
He
hearing?
wanted to go from 8 years for the extension right now, all the way down to 4 years. He wanted to cut it in half.
But it says 7 years, so is there another extension I'm missing?
The Planning Commission, oh, sorry, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, the Planning Commission apparently extended it from the proposed 7 years to 8, and my proposal is to shorten it to 4.
Okay. I'm not supportive of 8 years. I'm not supportive actually of 7 years. I think that's an incredibly long period of time to have this sit vacant. I understand there's been issues with supply, development, all sorts of things. I'm personally not supportive of it that long of a time period. I think I had mentioned that in previously. I appreciate the penalty delays. However, that means that we're sitting here potentially not giving the community an opportunity to actually have what was promised from 2019, which, granted, pandemic, all of the things, that's understandable. Now we're coming out of that. So rather than coming at this from a place of, oh no, there's fears and there may not this and that all this time, I don't think that is a fair stance to take for our constituents. I would be supportive of a shorter term. I don't, maybe my colleagues and I can decide 4 years.
I was thinking 6.
Yeah, I was thinking something like 5 or 6, because 4 to me seems a little bit, given everything that is, that we know with the issues that are prevalent. I was actually thinking maybe 5 to 6 years max. And as far as inflation, I agree with Councilmember Meister, absolutely, because what may be a certain amount now in 5, 6 years would be higher. So I would like an inflationary, unless it's already figured into the calculation. Okay, so I would want that as well. And you said $100,000 starts, can you?
There are two contributions, monetary contributions that are per year, and one is 100,000 per year times 10 years, and that's the one that is for the education in the arts.
Okay.
And then I don't remember what the 50,000 is for, but that's for 25 years.
When is that
Maybe
supposed to
Jennifer
start?
remembers, and that also is. Neither one of them start until the certificate of occupancy, which could be in 10 years. I mean, that's, yes.
So I would say, yes, that's correct. There's a requirement for an agreement with the city to be executed prior to C of O. So that is correct. It's a longer timeline. The $50,000 per year was to support potentially grants for users of the arts rehearsal space. And so I don't know that it makes sense to do that one before C of O because it was specifically for users of that space.
Yeah.
But the $100,000 for arts and education in public schools would, I think that would be reasonable.
Okay. I like, I think that would be, I think that is reasonable. I would like to know if the applicant would be amenable to that.
Why don't we get through our deliberations?
Or maybe we get through the deliberation.
And then we'll have you all respond holistically, because I think we're going to have staff talk to the applicant after this.
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Meister. Oh, sorry, were you done, Councilmember Shine? I apologize.
Yeah, other than that, I'm supportive. I think that the community was very excited about the Arts Club, and I know that the applicant has really is coming at us in good faith, and I appreciate that. And I like the mural, I like the garden idea, and this is a project that we would love to support, and at the same time, we want to make sure we're supporting our constituencies.
Councilmember Meister.
May I ask a question to clarify something
Sure.
before you
Sure.
speak? Councilmember Heilman, when you were talking about the 4 years, you were saying that's when, that construction should start by 4 years, not that the project would be done by 4 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that shovels in the ground, before end of year 4.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what I was also hoping for. It doesn't mean that the project has to be done. It means that shovels in the ground to know that they are serious about starting and that we actually can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The other thing I was just going to throw out there is just about the community garden, because sometimes things take longer than others, or it may not be the ideal situation, although I'm very, very much for community gardens. If that doesn't work, can we leave it open to some other community use? It's an outdoor space. It could be probably used for some other things too, if we cannot make the community garden work. So that's just to throw that out there before you
David?
start your
Can I
deliberations.
just get clarity on the number of years? So the planning commission.
Those are my questions. So why don't I speak and then you can go in and get more clarity for what we'll do next. How's that sound?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Thank you to everyone that came out and to speak, and to the applicant and the staff. So I'm getting a little concerned that we're playing whack-a-mole with the development agreement, which I think staff took quite a number of months to figure out, and things are being changed on the spot, which I don't believe the one side of the party was able to even deliberate, which is concerning because I don't think that's fair to what we're trying to do here. So there was a 4-year conversation to have down from 8 to 4. I don't support that because I think cutting something in half up here on the spot without any advanced knowledge is I just think it's not going to be approved by the applicant anyways. I don't think that, maybe they won't, I don't know.
I spoke to them.
Okay, so would the applicant support going from 8 years to 4 years? Sure, we'll reopen the public testimony. Come on up. I see it. I just didn't know, so.
Good evening again, DJ Moore for the applicant. No, Mayor Erickson, we would not support a 4-year term. We would be happy to discuss less than an 8-year term, but I'm a little bit, having been around the block on development, in this city, I worry about providing too little time and then having us all be back here potentially, for 1 more year. I mean.
Yeah. Would you, so we've said 7, we said 8, we said 4. I'm just going to say, would you support 6 years?
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman?
Well, DJ, I'm going to ask you directly. We met, we talked, and in our meeting, did you not say that the applicant could live with a 4-year term?
Councilmember Heilman, no, I do not believe that I said the applicant could live with a 4-year term. I do believe I said that the applicant could have a shorter term, but I do not believe that I said 4 years, and my apologies if there was a miscommunication, because I think I said that I needed to talk to my client about any shortening of time. What I believe I said when we spoke was that it is set up so that we would, the way the development agreement is structured is so that we are highly incentivized to commence construction within 4 years, and that our hope and goal is that we're going to commence construction within 4 years, because that $1 million payment is a big payment to swallow, before you've put your shovels in the ground. And so, of course, the development agreement is structured by city staff to incentivize us to get those shovels in the ground by year 4. But I do believe that we need to approach this with some flexibility so that there is some initial time. My hope is that there is no need to be, going beyond year 4. I absolutely know that my client has no interest in being here that long and being in this process that long and paying those additional penalties. Absolutely. I think we just want to make sure that we have a little cushion, that's all.
Councilmember Heilman, can you help me? Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
Thank you. Within the 4 years, the 4-year the calendar, for example, is would it be possible to, let's say if we all agreed on 6, right? But would we be able to have a public hearing at year 4 here scheduled to have that almost like as the deadline? I mean, would that be possible to essentially say like, okay, so if we all agreed on 6, right? But on year 4, from whenever that timeline would start, they would be required to come back before the council? Because what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is you're saying we're planning on doing this by year 4, that's the goal. But if we have a preemptive calendar public hearing to hold your feet to the fire to say what's going on, I don't know if that's, I'm just trying to find.
I don't know that another public hearing in 4 years would, there are benchmarks that they're going to have to be completing, and perhaps, that's something that we would consider, that if by 4 years they haven't done X, then we would look at, renegotiating or terminating the agreement. I do want to say for the record that DJ's recollection of our conversation is directly contrary to mine.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Heilman.
And my sincere apologies, Councilmember, because that certainly was not my intent, and I certainly intended to convey that every intent we had was to commence construction within that time period, but I had no authority from my client to commit to any timeline.
Thank you, DJ.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, so we before us have a couple of questions that we need to. We're gonna leave the public testimony portion open still. So if you want to go on, sit down, you can. So I am hearing a couple of things from my colleagues. One is a conversation about timeline, 4 years, 6 years. That's a conversation. I'm going to put that asterisk down, David and Lauren and our city clerk, so we can make sure whatever goes down happens. A conversation about payments and inflation is another one. I'm not clear on that schedule or conversation, so maybe my colleagues could help make sure I'm kind of aware of what you're thinking. And then it sounds like in terms of community gardens, mural, we're all like, okay, though they've heard the direction, staff is aware of the direction, north, south, to occur, right? Did I get that right?
Northwest.
Northwest, sure. North by northwest.
And also having some flexibility with the back parking area, if community garden doesn't work, that we're able to utilize that space in some other way.
Maybe even for public parking, because
Yeah.
that's what it's designed for right now.
That was what I was thinking.
You know, whatever, but I mean, it needs to be.
Okay, great. So would Councilmember Shine or Councilmember Meister, would you walk through the payment stuff so I can just...
Do you want me to?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
So the original deal was that the city gets $1 million, and that's at the certificate, right, of occupancy. Then the $100,000. In addition, there's $100,000 per year times 10 years, which also is $1 million. But that also starts at the COO, and that $100,000 is for education and arts. In other words, a portion or whatever we decide goes to West Hollywood Elementary, and wherever. And then there's an additional $50,000 times 25 years, which Jennifer has enlightened us is for grants for the art space. So it doesn't make, and that also starts at COO, but that wouldn't make sense to start early because there's no art space to grant, to give grants for. So the $100,000 per year for the 10 years, it would be nice for that to start when the development agreement is signed, because that goes towards the school. And like I said, those kids are hoping for this, and they don't want to be seniors in high school by the time that comes around.
Great.
So
thank you. That was very that was
okay.
Good. Yes.
So does that make sense? Yes. And then the inflationary factor is the fact that all of these different components, the $1 million, the $100,000 per year, and the $50,000 per year, are all based on 2018 numbers and calculations. And we're now in 2024, and this project may not even see a construction plan until, 2028 or 9, whatever we end up with.
So I'm sorry, Councilmember Shine.
Yeah, for me, the inflationary part was, I was more so thinking about the penalties, and also I was thinking about the, from now until the future, not taking into account from 2018 to now. I feel like there's been a negotiation that has, the negotiation is what we have now, not from back then. So I was thinking of inflation starting from now to, for example, if we agree on 6 years and they pay the penalty in 6 years, let's make sure there's an inflation baked into what they give us. And it can apply to the numbers for the benefits too.
Great. So Councilmember Heilman?
Well, I guess, even though I'm critical of the developer, I really think the idea of expediting the $100,000 a year payments, the whole point of that is that once they get the C of O, they'll start getting income from this project. And once the income starts coming in, then they can afford to make those payments. And the payments are really not coming from the developer, they're coming from the business revenue that's being generated for the site. So I have a little problem with that. In terms of inflationary amounts on the penalties, our staff just negotiated these dollar amounts. So if we want them to be higher, we should just say it should be a higher dollar amount, not try to tie the negotiated amounts to some kind of inflation going forward. So I guess I would compromise on the time frame and extending it to, if we want to agree to 5 years or 6 years, I still think 4 years is adequate to make them move forward or cut bait or whatever the expression is. But I think renegotiating the financial numbers tonight doesn't make sense to me.
Great. That was my understanding and how I read it as well. Councilmember Stein, sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Councilmember Heilman tying that to their income coming in and presenting that argument. How long are we anticipating the CUP to take? You said 10 years?
The
But
COO.
There's a penalty, COO.
If they don't start
Well, if we're-
construction for 6 years, then it's probably another, how many years for construction? 2 to 3 years? So that's 9 years. And just to clarify, the reason that I brought up the inflationary rate on the original million is because we've already waited, it's already been 5 years. And so again, $1 million then is not the same as $1 million now.
I would be willing to compromise on letting go of the 100,000 right away, given the information from Councilmember Heilman. However, I actually do think an inflation baked into the numbers, it's easy and it makes sense, because then the longer it is, it compounds, and that is a way to take into account that it may take 10 years. 10 years, yeah. I think that because we can't sit here and negotiate we want more or less and all this, but inflation makes sense to me.
Great. Is there a way in regards to this project, that in terms of timeline and processing of permits, it can be expedited so that way it cannot have to sit in the second floor? This is my idea. It, doesn't sit in a bin and then you get to it. Like, I'm not saying that does, Jennifer. I know everyone works well, but is there any way that to adhere to a fast-paced or a faster-paced processing?
Yes, we've been discussing different options for that. One of them is to allow for the concurrent processing with plan check to begin, so that we would be able to begin that process right away when the applicant's ready. We think that could help save time. Obviously, that's incumbent on the applicant having all of the materials that are necessary to enter plan check and pay those fees and all of that. But we'd be ready to begin that process when the applicant's ready.
Okay. So I think, yeah, sure. I think right now what we should do, because I think we've had some negotiating going on up here, let's get to a number on the timeline so that way we could ask staff to go and do that. I heard, I'm going to suggest 6, but I heard what, I think Councilmember Heilman, you said something and helped me get the right verbiage, building a condition in there to, you said it more eloquently than I did, so I apologize.
I have sort of a proposal, a motion, and see if there's support for it, then maybe we can take a break and have our city attorney and city manager speak with the applicant. Yeah, David.
Just before you make the proposal, can we define what we're talking about when we say 4 years or 5 years or 6 years? So
sure. What
the Planning Commission recommended was 8 years, but they left the final payment at year 7 of $1 million, and then the DA expires in year 8. When we say 4 years, are we saying there's a payment of $1 million at 4 years and the DA expires at year 5, or are we saying there's a $250,000 payment at year 3 and the DA expires at year 4?
I was going to propose, based on my colleagues' comments, that we reduce it to 6 years. So that would, I think, answer the payment in year 4 if they haven't met the timeline set forth in the development agreement. That we modify the provision regarding the community garden, that it would also be available for some other public use, that space, and that we maybe, going back to the mayor's idea of having another hearing, having the DA have a reopener in year 4, that if by that point they haven't obtained building permits, there's a reopener, and interest and inflationary factors are added to the payments. So that would provide an additional incentive for them to get done.
I am supportive of that, and so it sounds.
But
Yep,
Councilmember Meister.
Sorry, I didn't see
no,
you.
I have a question. So if it's 6 years, then they will make the $1 million payment at year 5.
Yeah.
I mean, for year 6. In other words, will it be before? Because if they decide to end the contract, and they can do it at 5 years, 11 months, that $1 million for year 6 doesn't get paid.
Right.
So when does that $1 million get paid for year 6? In other words, that it gets paid at the beginning of that year as opposed to the end of that year. Does that make sense?
I'm fine with that.
All right, David.
What I think you're saying is there's only a payment at year 5 is the last payment of $1 million, and then the DA expires year 6.
Yes.
Yes.
So there's the 4 $250,000 payments in years immediately, and then through year 3. Year 4, there's a $1 million payment. And then year 5, there's a $1 million payment, and the DA expires year 6.
Correct.
Yeah. So why don't we take a break? The public hearing is still open. And then why doesn't Lauren and David and our team have a little chat? And we'll come back and everyone go get a cup of coffee. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'll ask that the council
No
members
one talk
don't
to
each
anyone.
other and
No
the
one
public
talk
doesn't
to anyone. Leave us alone. Thank
No
you.
coffee. Decaf only.
Decaf for the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lauren Langer, would you mind walking us through? Thank you. And the public testimony portion is still open, so I'm going to leave it open just in case.
Thank you. And so
We've reconvened. Can everyone? Thank you.
we worked on a Word document that we should be able to share up on
Great.
the screen so everyone can see the changes. And so I think the motion would be to approve the staff recommendation with the following changes that we're going to read into the record and any minor clerical revisions that are needed in order to implement this direction.
Wonderful.
And so
Would you mind leading us through those changes, Lauren, so you can
I
just read them
will.
into record?
Can you turn on the, can you see the changes, the track changes?
Yes, I'm trying to see how.
Go to review, and then go to show comments, and go
No, it's not.
all
It's just a
comments.
Show markup.
I did this earlier. There you go.
Okay.
Look at God. There you go.
Okay, so section 2.6 is amending the term to say 6 years. You can keep scrolling down to the next change. And this included a few other minor clarifications that were discussed tonight.
And I believe all of the changes to the next sections are in 4.1, so.
They should be yellow. Okay, so 4.1.3 clarified that it's for public education. 4.1.4, there would be a total of $3 million in penalties with the new term of going up to 6 years. And if you scroll down, so after the payment in 4.1.4.5, if the building permit has not issued within 90 days following the payment due date, the parties agree to conduct a reopener hearing before the City Council to consider the public benefit and payment terms of this agreement, including inflation.
Great. And I believe those.
There
go.
might be one more thing. Let me just see. And then the last two penalties would be removed because that's not part of the term anymore.
Great.
And then I think there's one more. Oh, and then we just clarified that meaningful construction is as determined by the city.
Great. And you have one more, Nick?
I think there's one more related to the community.
Melissa,
Oh, and
yes,
the community
someone
garden.
will email you the minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Keep going down. Okay, and then at the very end of the community garden, we said, should the community garden not be feasible, then the parties through the city manager may agree to a different publicly oriented use to activate the site.
Great. All right. Seeing no other commentary, I'm just going to close the public testimony portion. I see Councilmember Heilman is making a motion. There's a second. Any more comments?
And to actually close the hearing.
And thank you. I'm going to close the hearing. That was a part of Councilmember Heilman's motion. He told me telepathically. And so we are going to go to a vote now.
Just to confirm, all the council members understand the motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Title of the ordinance, Melissa?
Yes.
Thank you.
As part of this item, there are two ordinances that I will read the titles into the record once I get them. Okay, we have an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood approving a development agreement to extend the implementation timeline for the project located at 8920 Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California, and finding the action exempt from CEQA. And a very long development agreement. And the other ordinance is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood amending the zoning map in conjunction with the development agreement to extend the implementation timeline for the project located at 8920 Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California. And there is a motion from Councilmember Heilman and a second from Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you. Come on.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to the applicant, to the members of the public, and to staff for working on that. Have a wonderful evening. All right, we're going to move right along to...
Mayor,
yes?
before
Oh, yes, thank you,
Go
yes.
to C2, council approved as part of the consent calendar, item D1, the legislative item related to the Rent Stabilization Commission. I just want to read the title of that ordinance that was approved into the record for first reading, which is an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Chapter 2.64 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code relating to the Rent Stabilization Commission. Thank you, and we will now move to item
Great.
C2.
And we do not need a staff presentation on this. I conducted with my colleagues. So why don't we, you're good. If you just want to take a seat, come on down, staff. Thank you so much. The public hearing is now open on zone text amendment for adopting new policies, regulations, and definitions for studios, microunits in the City of West Hollywood. Are there any disclosures from my colleagues? Councilmember Heilman?
No.
Vice Mayor Byers?
No.
I have none. Councilmember Shine? Right. Councilmember Meister?
No.
No, thank you. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Wonderful. We do not need a staff presentation, right? We're good there, although you were probably already prepared. Do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Heilman?
No.
Vice Mayor Byers? I do not. Councilmember Shine? Councilmember Meister?
I do have a question. So in this staff report, you don't recommend having a minimum size because the building code has a minimum size of 150 square feet. Is that right?
Yes, good evening, council members. So the state building code does
Yeah.
actually allow for minimum units, or for units to be a minimum of, I believe it's 190 square feet total. I think it's 120 is for one habitable space, and then additional habitable areas of 70 square feet, so I think it totals 190. So that would be considered an efficiency unit, and that's permitted with the state building code.
Okay, but we could make that a larger size if we agreed on that.
If we wanted to require microunits to be a minimum size, we could do that. It wouldn't preclude somebody from developing a smaller unit as an efficiency unit.
Is an efficiency unit like an SRO?
It's a small dwelling unit.
Just very. Now,
Yeah.
does a micro unit have a full bathroom?
The micro unit, yeah, the regulations we provided would require a bathroom, yes. With
A full bathroom?
shower,
Okay,
yeah, full bathroom.
and ADA, are we requiring it to be ADA compliant?
So the building code has 2 chapters that speak to ADA compliance, so they would be still having to comply with the state building code.
And just to get a sense, so a full-size bathroom is about how many square feet?
I don't have the number in front of me.
60, 70?
And while you're on that, didn't we give direction when we talked about the appeal on Fairfax and Fountain for the city to come back with SRO definitions in the code?
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure we did, which is what was going to be my question, because of where you're bringing it up.
Well, because where I'm taking this is the fact that if for a micro unit, if we require a bathroom, and a bathroom is, 70 square feet, is that right? 70?
About 60
70.
to 70, yeah.
So that we may want to consider that as a reason to look at the minimum. That's my point. Because if the minimum that you're saying is whatever the building code says, which is 190, and you're talking about a 70 square foot bathroom, you're talking about 120 square feet of actual living space. I think I understand that.
I believe the building code requires 120 square feet for the main dwelling space, and then an additional 70 square feet for other habitable areas. So that's where the 190 comes from.
But that's for an efficiency space, which doesn't necessarily have a full-size bathroom.
I would have to look that up.
Okay. And then are these units would be required to have air conditioning or central air, right? Because I think we put that in. There was something that I think Vice Mayor Byers, you put an initiative that when we look at
The right to cooling initiative that we brought, I think it was last year.
So I just want to know so that we can know whether we want to make that part of it. Is air conditioning already required in the units?
So that would be a building code requirement. That's not in this zone text amendment because this is specific to zoning. So that would be in the building code. I'm not familiar with that specific requirement in the building code, so I don't want to misspeak
But
on
then
that.
if it's not in the building code, but we could require it if we wanted to. If we wanted to make that a design, you know, a condition of doing these types of units, we could require that it has air conditioning. I mean, we usually we could do whatever. Usually we could stay and do whatever we want. So
What did the new, if may I ask a question?
Sure.
Is it okay? I didn't want to interrupt your train of thought. Wouldn't this, because it's a new development, wouldn't it most likely have centralized air?
So yeah, sorry, hello Mayor. Francisco Contreras, Long Range Planning Manager. So yeah, so it will be required to comply with all existing building code requirements. What we're not certain is whether air conditioning is a required building code requirement at the moment. In light of some of the recent discussion with council that we want to encourage, AC units in new and existing buildings, we would have to check back in the building code to make sure that it's there. But I don't see any fault in adding that as a requirement.
Thank you.
And then when we update the building code, we can then try and make any modifications to this particular section of the ordinance.
But in the ZTA, we can require it, and that way we know it's there.
Right, just an additional zoning code requirement. The planners, when they're reviewing the permitting, they would be the ones responsible for making sure that that's included as part of the review of the permit. And then we'll just have to make sure that building and safety make sure that that complies when they review the proposal.
Okay.
Those are my questions.
Great. We're going to go ahead, sorry.
I could respond to Councilmember Meister's question about the bathroom. An efficiency unit does require a full bathroom.
Thank you. All right, we have one member of the public. Any on Zoom? Nope. Kevin Burton.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Burton, City of West Hollywood. And I get the impression I'm a little late with my comments in this whole process, but just in case it might interest you, I thank Councilmember Meister for asking about the bathrooms, because that's what my comment is about. I've lived in several studio apartments over the years. I don't now, but I don't think I've ever lived in a studio apartment that only had a sink, a toilet, and a bath or a shower. That is to say, you're leaving out something that's incredibly important. That is, you need to be able to store a few bathroom items somewhere in the bathroom. You need to be able to set things down. If you only have a little sink there, you can't set it down. And also a drawer to put some things in cupboards. So I've always had at least a little hutch of some sort, with a little counter, a drawer, cupboards for bathroom items. And I actually ran into this problem in a one-bedroom I'm now in that had none of those things. No counter space, no cupboards, no drawers to store anything. And I think a full bathroom requires at least that much. And I would urge council to add that to the requirements of a toilet, a sink, and a bath, or a shower. So some little counter space, drawer, and a cupboard to store things. Not something under the sink that might get flooded, but a separate cupboard. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, I'm going to now close the public testimony portion, and we'll go to deliberations. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any comments?
Sorry, I support the staff's item. We're not designing these units, and this is really a zone text amendment that specifies what is the size of the units, not all of the various components to it, other than it has a bathroom, it has a kitchen facility. So I think we would be going down the wrong path if we started adding building code requirements and other requirements that really don't belong in the zoning ordinance. So I'm prepared to move the item when after council discussion.
Wonderful. Councilmember Meister?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that we should put a minimum requirement on this that is larger than 150 square feet. you know, knowing I have a second unit, it's like a hair under 500 square feet. It's small. And in fact, like my parents have a Murphy bed in order to, you know, to have like that living space, and then it turns into a bedroom. My feeling is that what will happen is it will be a very transient space if we have it, if we allow for 150 square foot units. And honestly, I think they're kind of unlivable. And I don't think that we should be putting our residents into that kind of position. I think that we should say at least, you know, 350 or 400 square feet, so that there's room to put storage. So there's room for a utilities closet for a mop and a broom, or a linen closet for towels and sheets, or storage space in the kitchen and a closet, you know, for clothing. My concern is if we allow for very small, developers will build it. And then what will happen is, again, we will have people who are in a very, very unlivable. You know, here we have a habitability ordinance, you know, and we seem to care about, you know, how people live. I think that for this, unlike an SRO, which could be 150, you know, square feet because they're sharing a kitchen or whatever, that even a micro unit. You know, most of our studios, you know, are maybe 500 square feet, so we could do it smaller than a studio space, but I just couldn't support something that we would allow for 190 square feet. I just don't think that's livable, and I would propose that we increase the minimum unit size for micro units to be, you know, 375 square feet, so that we have that opportunity to have all the things that nobody wants to talk about right now.
We love talking about toilets and cupboards. Councilmember Shine?
So I'm seeing the design analysis considered micro units ranging from 325 to 425, but what I'm hearing is that the total minimum we're putting in would be 190 plus 70 square feet, so 200 something square feet. Is that right?
Councilmember Shine, the question for staff is what is the minimum allowed under the building code?
Mm-hmm.
I think
total. I think she was.
Yeah, I think Tahira was explaining that it totals 190 square feet. That's inclusive of.
Yeah, I don't have the specific language of the two areas that that's inclusive of, but specifically for what's considered an efficiency dwelling unit, it is a minimum of 190 square feet. So that is what the state allows as a minimum unit. So if we were to put a minimum size for micro units, we still couldn't preclude somebody from developing a smaller unit. They just wouldn't be subject to these regulations.
So right now people can do efficiency units.
Correct.
Then what's stopping them from doing that?
Nothing.
Okay, then
the marketplace is stopping them. Developers are not building these because
No.
nobody wants to rent them.
Right, because they would be so small. Yeah. So then I actually understand what Councilmember Meister is proposing, and if we're coming up with standards, then that doesn't make sense to me. And also, I would be afraid that if those were built in a way that's that small, or maybe 200, 300 square feet, they would turn into Airbnbs. And that's what she means when she says transient. So if we are making design that is livable and coming at it from a creative place, then that would be built and create more units, and all sides would be hopefully happy. So I think that you have the design analysis considered 325 to 425? 325?
That's correct, Councilmember.
Do we have, did you look at other cities that have micro units in these analyses?
Yeah, so there were other models looked at regionally, nationally, and globally as well.
Oh, okay. Well, I would be comfortable with 325 if that's what you were looking at, and these are things that are out there, giving a little bit more wiggle room to the marketplace. At least we have a demonstration of what's out there, what other places are developing, and it's still forward thinking.
Great. Okay. So I don't lose my train of thought. So just to clarify, if we required a minimum standard of 325 or whatever we were just talking about, because the state has the minimum of 190, nothing stops a develop. We can never deny a project for submitting 190, correct?
Correct. They just wouldn't be required to comply with any of these standards.
Okay.
Guidelines.
So, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Byers, did you have questions?
Like a statement of values.
No, yeah, that part. But then I guess, like, why are we having this conversation? If my colleagues are I don't know. It seems a little redundant for us to be having this conversation because essentially every developer would just do 190. I mean, I think we're all thinking the same thing at the moment, right?
If I may,
Yes, Vice Mayor
as I
Byers.
see this, and to Councilmember Heilman's point, the market's going to dictate what a developer will or will not build. What we're trying to set forth is a set of standards for design principles that are best followed by our city based on our values. And while our designs are looking at, or these design standards are looking at minimum range, 325, because that's what we're hoping and people will achieve here, but nothing we do tonight can preclude what the California Building Code will allow for, and the market's going to protect from doing things that people aren't interested in buying. The idea with micro units is about people living in diverse housing styles, which is something this council supported staff pursuing stronger definitions and streamlining principles around. So I think this is sort of great. This is awesome. We can move this forward. The one comment I was really excited to sort of pull out of this report was the second part of the recommendations, which is the ongoing work around parking minimums. And I appreciate the data about how many people have cars in the city and how many don't. And so I am interested in that piece of this specifically, as sort of the required parking measurements. And I know vehicle miles traveled is how we do some of that research here in the city, and it's made challenges. The Planning Commission discussion on it was fascinating. So I appreciate that part of the recommendation, and otherwise support this and see what we're trying to achieve, even though it does feel a little redundant given the context we're in with California.
Great. All right, I have nothing else to add at this moment. Councilmember Meister?
Oh, sorry. I have a question. So on page, it's 356 on our PDFs, you have definitions, and for the definition of micro unit, you have a total floor area of 425 square feet. Is that old, or is that new, or?
425 square feet or less. So that would be the maximum size
Gotcha.
to distinguish between a studio and
I
micro.
missed that less. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Now I'm not as confused.
All right. Is there a motion that we would like to make on the table? Councilmember Heilman?
I'll move the item.
Okay. Vice Mayor Byers has seconded it. Any other further commentary? Nope. All right. Let's go to a vote.
The parking's not before us tonight.
It's not before us. No.
It is a request for City Council to give direction for staff to do an additional study to determine if we want to reduce
Which is
the
in
parking.
recommendation 2, correct? Okay, great. All right, thanks. That passes 3-2. All right, moving on to our last public hearing for the evening. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, everyone. We will now hear items
C3, appeal of the Business License Commission's adoption of resolution number BLC 24-0004 to impose conditions upon cannabis legacy medical business license number claim 00001 in lieu of revocation for the businesses known as Pharmacy Collective, DBA MedMen WeHo, located at 8008 Santa Monica Boulevard. The public hearing is now open. Madam, are there any disclosures from council members? Councilmember Howland? Councilmember Barris? I have zero. Councilmember Meister?
Just talked to a few members of the public.
Wonderful. All right, Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Wonderful. All right, staff, will you please introduce yourself and go through the staff report?
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Member, and members of the City Council. I'm Danny Rivas, Director of Community Safety for the city. Also joining on this item is Vito Adamitis, our city's Neighborhood and Business Safety Manager, and Jim Eckhart, our City Prosecutor. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jim Eckhart to continue with a presentation to the City Council.
Vito, grab your presentation off the desktop.
And Steve, how long do you want for your stuff? Do you want the normal time? Okay. Go to slideshow. There you go.
Control it with the keyboard? Do you want to give me the keyboard? Can I just do it on the keyboard? Make it easier. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. As Mr. Rivas indicated, I am the City Prosecutor, Jim Eckert, and I'm going to go over this presentation here for you. As you're aware, we are set for an appeal of a Business License Commission decision relating to a business entitled Pharmacy Collective DBA MedMen WeHo. And just to go over a little bit of background information on the business, it currently operates at 8208 Santa Monica Boulevard in the city of West Hollywood. In July of 2021, pursuant to resolution BLC 21-0007, this particular business obtained a cannabis legacy medical business license, which is to be distinguished from other cannabis businesses. As part of that approval, they were actually imposed 36 different conditions of approval on how to operate. In addition to that, they're also, of course, subject to the municipal code, specifically Chapter 5.70, which regulates our cannabis uses. Pursuant to West Hollywood Municipal Code, Section 5.08.190, subsection B, the Business License Commission is actually empowered to condition, modify, suspend, or revoke a business license for any of the following grounds, and this would include for the legacy business license that we are discussing today. One, pursuant to subsection B5, if the licensee, employees, or agents of the business violate any law, federal, state, or local, or any rule or regulation pertaining to that licensed business, which would include, of course, the conditions of the permit as well. Pursuant to subsection B8, if the licensee, the employee, or agents thereof violate any conditions or restrictions of the license. And lastly, pursuant to B10, if the licensee, employees, or agents violate any other rule or regulation that was adopted by the Business License Commission relating to this business. Now again, there are actually other provisions or grounds upon which they can revoke or modify or suspend the license, but these are the pertinent ones that we are discussing today. There was, in fact, a Business License Commission hearing to discuss the revocation of the legacy business license for Pharmacy Collective DBA MedMen. That legacy business license, again, is CLM-000001. I hope I had all of them, 5 zeros and a 1. And it was specifically done because staff filed a motion for the Business License Commission, set up the hearing in light of 2 specific violations. One was that MedMen WeHo had actually entered into a management agreement without a variance as required by the city's municipal code, specifically section 5.70.035, subsection B, subsection 7, which would prohibit any type of management agreement without that variance. And specifically, the business with whom they had entered into that management agreement was a business entity known as One Plant. The second ground for the proposed revocation was a violation of West Hollywood Municipal Code Section 3.36.040, which was the failure to pay required business taxes to the city. In fact, they were several months delinquent, as alleged. At the hearing, it was a duly noticed public hearing at which the representative of the licensee, members of the public, and staff presented evidence to the Business License Commission. The Business License Commission decided to, in essence, deny staff's recommendation for a revocation, and in lieu of that, to impose additional conditions upon the legacy business license. And the specific conditions that the Business License Commission imposed were, one, to ensure that all past due business tax obligations were paid by June 21st. So again, this was 10 days after the hearing. So everything was to be paid within 10 days. And two, that if there were any new violations prior to December 31 of 2027, that would result in an immediate hearing before the Business License Commission to consider license revocation. And that was done in part because staff, not just in this case, but in most cases involving business issues, will oftentimes work with business operators to try and bring them into compliance. There's a public policy that we would prefer to have businesses in compliance rather than just immediately shut them down. But in light of this condition, it was basically a recommendation or order by the Business License Commission that in lieu of doing that, if there are any future violations, to immediately reset it for a hearing before them so that they could consider revocation. Now before you, we have an appeal. That appeal was filed by Mr. Steve Martin. And just to go over kind of what the City Council's jurisdiction or the scope of this appeal would be, pursuant to Section 5.08.220 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code, any decision of the Business License Commission can be appealed to the City Council so long as we have one of the grounds that are enumerated, which include errors in fact, dispute of findings, inadequacy of the conditions that were imposed by a Business License Commission, unnecessary imposition of conditions, or availability of alternatives to conditions. And the Business License Commission can be, the decision of the Business License Commission may be appealed by pretty much anybody, by staff, by members of the public, by the licensee. Moreover, pursuant to Section 5.08.240 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code, the City Council can consider any issue at this hearing that involves or is related to the matter that was the subject of the appeal. And I raise this because really what this means is that although new evidence can be brought in at this hearing, that new evidence still has to relate to what the original underlying issues were at the hearing. And this is for a due process purpose. That is, at the underlying hearing in front of the Business License Commission, the licensee was noticed, public was noticed about very specific allegations. In this case, it was the illegal management agreement with One Plant, and two, it related to the unpaid taxes. So to bring in new evidence at this hearing by somebody without going through that process and preserving due process would constitute a potential issue, and that's the reason why this code exists. Here, there was a notice of appeal, as indicated. It was timely filed by Mr. Martin, and he specifically addressed two of the enumerated grounds. Those were technical errors or errors in fact, and new information that was provided. And I'm just going to go through those grounds. I'm not going to go through everything that was in the staff report, but I do want to point out a couple of important aspects. So ground one that was raised was technical errors or errors in fact, and specifically what he alleged was that, or what is alleging, is that Mr. Ormond did not have authority to speak on behalf of Pharmacy Collective, DBA MedMen, and more specifically that the Business License Commission granted him more time than what he would have otherwise been entitled to. As you're aware, as the licensee, we typically would provide more than the average 2 minutes or whatever it is that the public is limited to, and Mr. Martin is alleging that Mr. Ormond was improperly deemed to be a representative of the business. Staff's position is, just by way of background, Mr. Ormond, Richard Ormond, is a court-appointed receiver. He was appointed as a receiver by the LA Superior Court by Judge Ford as a result of a receivership action. As part of that, that was an action that was filed in relation to a business entity known as Can USA. In being appointed as a receiver over that entity, he was also appointed as a receiver over all of the assets and subsidiaries of that entity, one of which is Pharmacy Collective. And obviously one of the assets of Pharmacy Collective is the legacy business license that we're discussing here. So based on that, it's staff's position that he was properly designated as a representative of the Pharmacy Collective business, and therefore allotted the appropriate amount of time for purposes of rebutting staff's allegations and requests for the revocation of the business license. The second ground was, again, technical errors or errors in fact, and as part of that, he alleged a couple of different things. One was that Mr. Ormond basically made misstatements to the Business License Commission. Those misstatements included that Mr. Ormond made a statement during the hearing, and there is a transcript, I believe, that was provided as part of staff's report to the City Council, but that all of the quote-unquote bad actors that were involved in the entering of the management agreement with one plant are no longer involved with the company. And in fact, as Mr. Martin pointed out, Mr. Ormond was in fact the chief restructuring officer of Pharmacy Collective at the time that that agreement was entered into. Moreover, he had actually appeared at a couple of meetings with city staff during that period of time prior to him being nominated as a receiver. His second ground related to the same issue was that the management agreement which was entered into with one plant, there are certain people that are connected with one plant, specifically a gentleman by the name of Michael Saruya, I believe it's Saruya. And that gentleman is also was a board member with Pharmacy Collective, and then subsequently was actually listed on the state cannabis license that has been issued to the Pharmacy Collective. And so because of that, the misstatement of Mr. Ormond that quote unquote all the bad actors have left, it was not accurate. Mr. Martin is then, of course, alleging that due to these misstatements, this would be a ground for the appeal here before the City Council. With respect to staff's response to that issue, I will say, and as can be evidenced in the transcript that was provided to the Council of the Business License Commission, these misstatements were actually clarified during the time of the Business License Commission. It was not only addressed in the staff report to the Business License Commission, but also was brought up during our presentation to the Business License Commission that Mr. Ormond was in fact involved with the company, but in a different position. That he did appear at meetings with city staff, again, but in a different position. But it was something that was actually raised during the Business License Commission, and the Business License Commission presumably did in fact take it into consideration when it came up with its decision to deny staff's request for the revocation and instead to impose conditions upon the business license. With respect to the everybody being gone from this company, as indicated in Mr. Ormond's responsive document or his declaration, which was also included with the staff report, and I know that both Mr. Martin and Mr. Ormond are present today. I believe both will be speaking to the council. But as Mr. Ormond indicated in his, at the time that he came aboard as a receiver, Mr. Saruya had been removed from the board and no longer maintained any other position with Pharmacy Collective. That once Mr. Ormond took over, everything is basically within Mr. Ormond's control. He is, in essence, now the one sole person who actually can control the operations of Pharmacy Collective, obviously subject to court approval. So as a receiver, he is appointed, he's an officer of the court. He is obligated both ethically and legally to do what is in the best interest of the receivership order that the court handed out. And ultimately, that receivership order is to, in essence, dissolve this business to sell the asset. But again, you know, according to him, Mr. Saruya is no longer in control or in any position of authority or power over Pharmacy Collective, and Pharmacy Collective is no longer doing any business with one plant. So that was one of the issues that, as we indicated, the ground for the city seeking a revocation was because of the illegal management agreement. But relatively quickly after being appointed as the court-appointed receiver, Mr. Orman caused the termination of that management agreement with one plant. So as Mr. Orman indicates in his own documentation, Mr. Saruya is no longer involved with Pharmacy Collective, and one plant is no longer involved with the operation of Pharmacy Collective either. The last, or the third ground that Mr. Martin raises is new information. And the new information that he's specifically providing is that the state cannabis license for Pharmacy Collective has been modified to include additional owners listed on the state license. The city's municipal code section 5.70.060 subsection A prohibits any type of assignment of licenses without a variance from the city council, and without a variance from the Business License Commission. And Mr. Martin is alleging that because of this addition of new owners onto the license, onto the state cannabis license, this is tantamount to an assignment. And because of that, it should automatically void the legacy cannabis medical business license. Staff's response to that is twofold. One is that this is actually an improper ground for this particular appeal. Although Mr. Martin is allowed to bring in new evidence, it needs to be new evidence that's related to the original allegations that were brought by staff, and that resulted in the underlying hearing to the Business License Commission. As Mr. Martin is raising an issue related to the state licensing, which was not something that was addressed by staff, and obviously was not something that was noticed as part of the underlying hearing, it's not appropriate to be brought here at the City Council hearing. That being said, we also believe that it's an improper argument. That is, section 5.70.060 subsection A specifically prohibits any assignments of licenses that are issued pursuant to the city's municipal code. The state cannabis license is not issued pursuant to the city's municipal code, and therefore would not be something that would automatically void out the city's legacy business license. Number 4, I don't know if you had a question. Okay. Number 4, last argument that was raised was, again, new information. This new information is information that Pharmacy Collective is technically suspended by the Franchise Tax Board or the Secretary of State. Its status is suspended by the Franchise Tax Board due to a failure to pay taxes to the Franchise Tax Board. And that when a status is suspended by the Franchise Tax Board, that business entity is no longer entitled to, in fact, operate or conduct business within the state of California. Again, staff's response to that is, number 1, this is an improper ground for purposes of the appeal. This, again, is a new argument which was not raised at the underlying hearing, and due to due process issues, we believe this is an inappropriate argument to make at this particular hearing. That being said, as indicated in Mr. Orman's declaration, he is currently, as the receiver, working with the Franchise Tax Board to get what's called a reviver or reinstatement of the status. Unfortunately, that process is not an overnight issue. Just as Pharmacy Collective had not paid the taxes to the city of West Hollywood, and it was for several months, we didn't go in and automatically terminate and close the doors and lock everything down. He was given an opportunity to pay those taxes, which he is now current, not only with the delinquencies that were the subject of the Business License Commission, but also current to date as well with the payment of the taxes to the city. But he is in the process of working out those tax issues with the State of California Franchise Tax Board. Again, as I indicated, that's not an overnight process, not only because it's a process to go through with the Franchise Tax Board to calculate out all of the taxes that need to be paid, but this is also a organization that is subject to a receivership. And so because of that, there are a number of creditors, and there needs to be court approval before any individual creditor can be paid off. But again, my expectation is that Mr. Orman will be able to speak in more detail related to that issue. At the conclusion of this public hearing, the City Council will have a couple of different options. And just to go over those, number one is the Council can actually render a decision that would either uphold the Business License Commission decision, which ultimately would be in lieu of revocation to instead keep the conditions that the Business License Commission imposed. Two, it can reverse the decision of the Business License Commission. Three, it could modify the Business License Commission in any way. That is, it could impose additional conditions, it could change the conditions, it could do any of those things with respect to, again, the issues that were raised on appeal and that were raised at the lower thing. The second option it has is it could remand this controversy back to the Business License Commission. That is, rather than making a decision here, if the council believes that additional decision-making and arguments should be made at the Business License Commission before the City Council takes action, it could remand this entire action back down to the Business License Commission for further consideration. And three, where new or different evidence is presented on the appeal, the council may, but is not required to, refer the matter back to the Business License Commission again for further consideration of that new evidence. But again, that new evidence should still be evidence that is related to the underlying grounds that were raised at the Business License Commission. A fourth option, and it's not listed up there, but a fourth option is, of course, the council can direct staff to reconsider any new additional evidence that wasn't a ground for the original revocation and consider whether a new revocation process should be started. With that, staff is making a recommendation that the City Council deny the appeal in its entirety for the reasons set forth, and that it instead uphold the Business License Commission's decision, because the Business License Commission did, in fact, entertain an entire hearing. It did hear evidence from all sides. It made a thorough ruling, and although it did not comport with what staff's recommendation was at the time, we do believe that it was a thorough hearing at the time.
Thank you.
And with that, I conclude my presentation, but obviously I'm available for any questions that council may have.
Thank you. In lieu of time, do we want to do questions for them, or do we want to get through the appellant and then Mr. Orman?
I'll ask
Sure.
just one of my
Yeah,
questions.
yeah.
What was your original recommendation again?
The original revocation that was made at the Business License Commission was to revoke the business license based off the violations for the improper management agreement with one plant and for failure to pay the business license taxes.
Okay, and can you just explain very quickly what a management agreement is and how it works in this circumstance?
I seem to explain everything very quickly, so I can
No,
try.
it's okay. That's good. You're very
Basically, what a
detailed.
management agreement is, just instead of the actual operator managing the day-to-day operations of the business, they hired an outside entity known as One Plant, which was going to operate the business. It did, in fact, operate the business for a little bit of time. However, again, once after Mr. Orman became the receiver and at the city's continued insistence that this management agreement violated our laws, that management agreement was terminated, and now everything is under Mr. Orman. So in essence, as the receiver, he is now in control of the day-to-day operations of the location. And anybody that he hires specifically himself, but they all would, in essence, work for him as opposed to being an outside agency.
But not at the time when you
That is correct.
made your recommendation. Just another quick question. So there was a settlement agreement, right? There was, I don't know if you were around, but there was a settlement agreement.
For the legacy business license?
Right, for
Yes.
the legacy business license. So in prohibiting legacy medical licensees from entering into a new management agreement without a variance, was that one of the
Negotiated terms?
negotiated
I
terms
believe it
of the
was, yes.
settlement agreement?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine, do you have any questions for staff?
No, but your explanation was remarkable. Excellent preparation. I didn't even see you looking down too much, so I'm very impressed by your
Thank you.
knowledge and presentation.
I don't have any questions at this time, Vice Mayor Byers. Councilmember Howman, great. We're going to go to Mr. Martin, the appellant. You'll have 5 minutes.
Vito.
Good evening, Council.
Steve, can I, Vito? Vito Adamiris. Steve also has a presentation, and you're going to have to pilot for him. Please.
Thanks, Vito. permission of my city prosecutor, I will open that item. Is this one?
Thank you. Sorry, Steve, I haven't started your time
No,
yet.
I appreciate it. Can you move it up a little? Can you move it? You can move it forward, Vito.
Pardon me? Go ahead and move it.
Right.
Move it. Do you want me to?
Just say next
Next.
page.
Okay.
You can just point at me and I'll, okay, here we go.
Perfect. Good evening, Council. Steve Martin, a resident of West Hollywood. Why are we here tonight? For 6 months, Pharmacy Collective, DBA MedMen, failed to pay their taxes due to the City of West Hollywood. In March 2024, Pharmacy Collective into a prohibited management agreement known as One Plant without a variance from the Business License Commission. These facts are not in dispute. The only remedy under the municipal code is revocation of their license. Since December 2021, Pharmacy Collective entity has been suspended by the State Franchise Tax Board, meaning they are not allowed under law to conduct business in the state of California, and they have no standing to defend themselves at the June 11th, 2024 Business License Commission, and according apparently to Mr. Orman's declaration, I don't believe they have standing here tonight. On June 11th, 2020, the Business License Commission heard staff's recommendation, which was to revoke the legacy medical cannabis license of Pharmacy Collective. They wrongly decided to reject the staff's recommendation and instead adopted new conditions on the license, contrary to the remedy which is prescribed in the municipal code. This appeal is only asking that staff's recommendation be implemented and that the law be upheld. I guess let me go through my 4 points. First is whether Pharmacy Collective and MedMen are separate entities. We'll stipulate that they are one and the same. Second, at the Business License Commission, Mr. Orman provided misleading, if not false, information regarding the involvement of Michael Cerruta from One Plant. In regard to the affairs. This was in regard to the management agreement. So the management agreement was entered and it was terminated on May 17th, 2024. But what was not disclosed was that Mr. Cerruta was then moved to the state license as an owner of MedMen West Hollywood. So in effect, the management was the same. And none of it had been approved by the City of West Hollywood. No variance was asked. Third, in addition to Mr. Cerruta being listed on the state license, it's essentially a de novo hearing. Licenses issued by the State of Department of Cannabis Control activities are not issued by West Hollywood. That's a truism. And therefore the assignment of license, but the assignment of license still is subject to West Hollywood Municipal Code 57.0608. The business owners listed in the state license must be the same as those listed on the West Hollywood license. And that is not what has happened. What you have, Mr. Orman stipulates that the change did happen twice. Pharmacy Collective would have had to go through a variance process, which they did not do. The new owners would be subject to background checks, which they did not undergo. As such, this constitutes a prohibited assignment of the license and should render the license null and void. When the legacy license was created, it was not anticipated that a person or an entity could make changes in their state license that would be at variance with their West Hollywood license, because otherwise that completely undermines the whole system that you've got here. And I as much as I respect Mr. Eckert, I find that a little disingenuous that he would be defending something that in fact undermines something that we as a community worked very hard to create. And I will remind you that the legacy license was something that was created to provide essentially an opportunity for people that they did not qualify for when we originally set up the adult use. Fourth, because their business entity was suspended by the Franchise Tax Board, according to Mr. Orman, since December 2021, and therefore lack standing to be heard on June 11th, 2024. Even if Mr. Orman is working on that, at the time they were pharmacy was a suspended corporation. He is still suspended today. Even if he's working on it, that doesn't mean that they can still operate.
Thank you, Steve. That is 5 minutes.
That's my 5 minutes, okay. Thank
Wonderful. You'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Orban, you will have 5 minutes to speak. You're up next. Do you have a PowerPoint that you would like Vito to operate for you?
I do not have a PowerPoint.
Wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead.
I want to thank the city, the staff, Mr. Eckert, and Your Honor, and the council members. My name is Richard Ormond. I am a 24-year attorney. I am a partner at a law firm in downtown Los Angeles. I'm the former chair and president of the California Receivers Forum. I'm the former chair of the Los Angeles County Bar Association Remedies Section, and I also am a specialist at cannabis law in California. I am in the unfortunate position of having to take over distressed cannabis businesses as a receiver. One of the reasons being is that cannabis businesses cannot file bankruptcy because bankruptcy is a federal process and cannabis remains illegal at the federal level. As such, the best alternative is a receivership. And in this instance, I was appointed as CRO around January 27th, I think it was, of 2024. My first act as CRO was to have the then acting CEO and chairman of the board resign. That was Mr. Michael Saruya. He resigned immediately, effective immediately upon my appointment as CRO with board approval. The only reason why he showed up later on the state license is because when a CEO takes over a company, a corporation, they have to be listed on the state license as a representative. He was the acting CEO. The company made the application prior to my appointment as CRO.
Hold on one second. My dear friends in the back. Thank you. That's it.
And that just trailed. The state, of course, doesn't do things overnight, as we know, and that trailed and was later published, and then is in the process of now having me as the sole person. When I was the CRO of the company, before I was the receiver, I still answered to the board of directors, and the board of directors had one plant take over this entity, and that was a mistake. When I put this into receivership, I became the sole operator of MedMen Can USA, the parent company, as well as its subsidiaries, which are the assets of the company. And working with the city of West Hollywood, I terminated one plant and I put in MedMen employees back into the store, working and operating the store on a daily basis. They are on my payroll under the MedMen banner. I went to the hearing. The hearing was very well, I answered a lot of questions. I went through a lot of facts. And at this point, I really think that my mandate as a receiver is to try to preserve the value of these assets for the benefit of creditors. And the creditor list is long. It's not only the state of California. It not only was the city of West Hollywood, which we actually did pay and are remaining current with. It's also vendors. It's employees. It is a large, large enterprise. It's 75 different corporate entities that I am in charge of as a receiver, all with its own different story. And I say each store, each entity has its own episode of Oprah. And that being said, part of my job is to manage each one of those. But this store is actually one that is near and dear to me personally, which I talked to the BLC about. When I had my own personal injury 15 years ago, and I was living in West Hollywood, this was where I went as a patient, as the collective, to get my own cannabis for my own pain management with a spinal cord injury. And so this location is special to me, not just from a legal perspective and from a receivership perspective, but also from a personal perspective. And one of my goals was to preserve the value that I saw here. And to do so requires me to keep the store open and operating until such time that I can work with the city to transition this to a new operator or buyer. And there are requirements that the city of West Hollywood has set forth. I plan to follow those very much by the letter of the law to make sure that it happens in the way that it's supposed to happen. But at this point, I think that the BLC made a sound decision. They didn't go through this lightly, and they put restrictions on us, and they put conditions on us, conditions that we plan to meet and rectify. As of right now, my boss is the judge. I have to answer to Judge Ford for all the actions that I take. So getting a reviver with the state of California is a process. We've undertaken that process. The court is aware that I'm undertaking that process, but it also requires paying a creditor ahead of other creditors. So I need to make sure that it is fully vetted and that all the creditors of my receivership estate, which is vast, I have almost $1 billion of creditors at this point, get notice of these activities. And so that's one of the challenges that I have right now, and I've been very open and transparent with the city to let them know what I'm going through in this regard. So I ask that the City Council stand on the BLC's decision, allow me to do my job as receiver, and continue servicing the patients that are being serviced. Thank you very much.
Do my colleagues have any questions for Richard or Steve at this moment? Nope. All right, we're gonna, thank you very much, Richard.
Thank
have
you.
2 minutes for rebuttal when we get back. All right, we're gonna go to public testimony. You'll have 2 minutes. Jay Handel to be followed by Victor Omenchenko. Do we have anyone on Zoom while Jay comes down? No one? Great.
Good evening, Jay Handel. A few things we've heard tonight. First of all, under 5.70.070, which is the cannabis tax, it's required that either they enter into a payment plan or they get revoked. Well, they hadn't been in a payment plan. They never came forward. Staff never did anything about that. And the BLC turned around and said, fine, pay it in the next 2 weeks and you can stay open. That was a mistake, absolute mistake. The fact of the matter is, this business has operated illegally since 2022. The FTB has suspended them. Now, I understand it takes time to fix it, but the reality is they should not be open until they fix it. If you do anything tonight, you should rule that that business needs to close its doors until they pay their taxes and get good on the FTB. Otherwise, you're sending a message to everybody that it's okay to stay open. You know, the reality is that they violated so many different things over the last few years. And quite frankly, you know, the receiver is not in a bankruptcy court. By his own admission, they can't file bankruptcy. It's federal. So even though he has to go and get permission from the judge, he's also got to get the money and he's got to pay the state. And I don't hear that happening. You know, all I hear is we're working with the judge. You know, what I heard from your city attorney was that, you know, they're working on it, that, you know, they're trying to get the FTB up to date. But the fact of the matter is, they're not up to date. You're allowing bad behavior in your city. You're setting a precedent for every other business in this city that it's okay to violate the rules because you're not going to do anything about it. You're going to twist it and make it work for them. I'm sorry. It's a bad precedent.
Victor Omenchenko to be followed by citizen position slips.
Victor Omenchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident, and I just have to say, something does not smell right here. And can you hear me okay? All right. You know, you just honored the code enforcement staff for the work it does. And I know how hard it is for them. They have to follow a process before they bring something to a commission. And here they brought to the commission meeting, the BLC meeting, their evidence after a lot of work that this company should have its license revoked because it hadn't paid its taxes, and also it should be revoked because it had failed to notify the city of this new management agreement. And to learn tonight that the Franchise Task Board had suspended this group back in 2021, and we didn't know about it. It says Franchise Tax Board says you shouldn't be able to operate in the state of California. As far as I remember, we're here in the state of California, here in West Hollywood. So what is going on? I really, I think that you should overturn the faulty and rather emotional 5-2 BLC decision, which negated what I think staff's was an original, thoughtful recommendation. And I have to agree, because I went into the record, with the 2 BLC commissioners who said being pro-business means being pro-compliance, and another one said we owe it to compliant businesses to enforce the law. I believe that it now lies with you, the City Council, to ensure compliance with our laws by following our own laws and support the appeal of Mr. Martin. The fact that the city staff has come up with this recommendation is totally bizarro. I can't believe it. Support this appeal. This looks like it's been a bad actor in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Citizen position slips?
Thank you, Mayor. We have one citizen position slip that was submitted by Wendy Goldman of West Hollywood in support of the appeal.
Thank you. All right, Steve, you'll have 2 minutes to rebut.
Well, thank you, Victor. That was a better closing than I'd written. I just want to quote Mr. Eckert on page 14 of the transcript, and he talks about what's going on. Even though they have now terminated the operating agreement, they did operate illegally under the agreement for approximately 3 months. They can't really go back and correct that. It's as if I were to go and rob a bank and then 30 days later go and return the money. That's great, but I've still committed the violation. And that's really where we're at. The law states this is what you need to do. These were strict rules based upon a contract and a settlement agreement through litigation that MedMin was a part of and actively negotiated. They knew about these rules. They purposely violated them. They can't even claim, and they didn't claim, ignorance about avoiding the city's requirement that they seek a variance when they got a new management agreement. They never came and said that. They just said, we did it, and we got caught. I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm baffled by staff's position, but I understand that they need to uphold the commission. But this was a very bizarre commission hearing. We had one commissioner that was so confused that he actually asked staff how he should vote. It's really incumbent upon the council to enforce the law. And all we're asking is that one of two things happen. Either the license be reversed, or that you remand it back to the commission, because I believe that the commission, if they knew that they were not compliant with the Franchise Tax Board licensing, particularly since 2001, they would not have entered this decision. I think the staff failed with due diligence. Staff's due diligence was to reveal that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Steve, before you sit down, are you being paid by anyone to be here? Because I know you're an attorney.
No, I'm not representing.
You're just you're
right.
a member of the
No,
community that
no,
filed the appeal.
I think the appropriate question, are you representing yourself?
Are you
Yes.
representing yourself in your own affairs?
I am representing myself. I've not received any compensation.
And you don't
because
intend to?
I'm doing this myself.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Just want to make sure that was on the record. Mr. Orban, would you like to respond for 2 minutes?
I've heard a lot of people talk about tax. Tax is a very complicated issue, and as a matter of fact, as receiver, I have 3 tax specialists that I've engaged to represent this receivership estate to manage the state tax issues that I'm dealing with. FTB suspension does not mean necessarily that you're a bad actor. It can mean that a tax return wasn't registered properly, it wasn't filed properly, etc. I am just an officer of the court. I have taken over these assets in the state that they were in and doing my best to get them rectified so that they can be compliant with what they need to be compliant with. I can't help that the state suspended the company, but there is a process, a statutory process that allows you to revive. And that is the process that I'm undertaking. And that process is underway. I have the tax attorney that's handling it directly, I can get Mr. Martin in touch with that person to talk to them about the process. But this is something that happens. It happens quite typically. When it happens in court, courts are told to give liberal opportunities for reviver. And reviver can mean filing the delinquent tax returns, which is one of the processes that I'm doing. But when you're filing a tax return for a cannabis business, it's not as easy as just signing the return and sending it in. So these are processes that I have to undertake. The funding is there. It's just getting the approval or getting the tax filings done and getting the approval from the court to be able to submit the funds. Processes that take time. That's not something that happens overnight.
Thank you. And what is the timeline? So what are you looking at?
My hope is this, is to have the tax returns filed within the next 3 to 4 weeks. There are 2 years of delinquent returns for the pharmacy, I believe. I believe it's 22 and now 23, which is due in just a few days. I have tax accountants preparing those. I should have those for my review hopefully before the 15th, and then on file. It will then take the state of California anywhere between 60 to 120 days to review, come back with any comments, and then do a revival. I actually did a reviver for another cannabis entity unrelated to MedMen. The process took me about 6 months from the time of the filing of the returns. So I expect that by year's end, I'll have probably very close to having the company revived and active with the state again.
And you have no control over that timeline.
Not at all. Not at all. All I have. What I have under my control is definitely under my control and being done forthwith. But once it's in the hands of the state, you're just at the mercy of the state and the amount of returns that they're dealing with. And remember, this is October 15th is the deadline for taxes, and so I suspect that they're going to be getting a lot more than just MedMen's tax returns that they're going to have to go through for revival and everything else.
And my last question is, if we were to say no, close up, how many workers are currently at MedMen?
This is off the top of my head. I believe we have 13 employees, and I believe that all but one are union employees.
So, for example, if we were to say, you're done, goodbye, would you then have more litigation because you would essentially have to go to, because they have a contract with you all, correct?
That's correct.
It's UFCW Local 770, or who is it?
I believe that's
Thank you.
UFC Local 770.
And so you would then potentially be risking more litigation?
I would be risking more litigation, more claimants, and I would probably need to go get instructions from the court because my court order actually has a provision in it that actually creates like a cone of protection over these assets. And my next step would probably have to go and join the city of West Hollywood into that litigation so that it could be clarified whether the city of West Hollywood really has authority over the court's assets. And so I didn't want to go in that direction. I think it's complicated, it's costly for the city, it's costly for me. That would be the next step if the city council were to revoke
But the city's not going to just tomorrow then get the thousands and thousands of dollars of back taxes, though.
No, the city was already paid its back taxes. It's in full.
Okay.
So the city of West Hollywood is paid. We're current. We're making the payments as required. The store should be operating copacetically under my guise, and I've been in communication with the city staff to make sure that there's no issues, and I am aware of every complaint from a piece of gum on the sidewalk all the way to a disgruntled customer. This, like I said, this particular store is personal to me as well, so I have a vested interest in it.
And that is true, Danny? They don't owe anything?
That is correct.
So then, I'm sorry, colleagues.
From the city's perspective.
So then, in the appeal, I think I saw, there was a comment that, we're not getting money. We're not being paid. So is that's false?
When the original hearing was scheduled before the Business License Commission, there were delinquent for several months in the taxes.
Understood.
However, one of the conditions that was imposed by the Business License Commission was that all of those taxes be paid within 10 days.
Okay.
They did, in fact, pay back all of the back taxes within the 10 days. And since then, they have maintained current all payments of taxes.
And you've received any complaints about MedMen to this day?
Not outside of what's come through on the appeal.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to any questions. Councilmember Meister?
Have you also paid your contribution to the marketing fund?
I don't know off the top of my head. If it's a requirement of the city of West Hollywood, I'm sure we are compliant.
Well, I would like
Yeah.
an exact answer.
The marketing fund?
Yeah, so we did check in with the finance department as it relates to that, and so they had informed us as of today that everything was up to date and current.
Including the marketing fund.
I don't know the specific of whether that was called out, but we did inquire and ask about that.
Luckily,
All right, so the reason I'm asking this question is because on 5.70.070, it says failure of a cannabis business to pay applicable taxes and fees to the city and the contribution to the marketing fund for legacy medical businesses for a 3-month period shall be grounds for revocation of the business license. If a business has failed to pay applicable taxes and fees to the city or the contribution to the marketing fund for legacy businesses for a 3-month period, a hearing shall be scheduled before the Business License Commission to consider revocation of the business license. So it's important for us to know if they paid the marketing fund for the legacy medical businesses.
Lorena, could you, I don't know if that's your job anymore, you've advanced, congratulations, but could you look, or David, do we want to cheat? Okay, thank you.
She just confirmed. I would mention, however, that the BLC hearing was not in connection with the marketing fund.
No, we know, but I think Councilmember Meister's point is valid with the terms of what you were talking about in what you were saying. Yeah, that's the code, so.
No, I understand that.
The code has both.
Yeah.
Okay.
So to confirm, the back taxes and the marketing fund have been paid in full. Thank you. Did you have any other questions, Councilmember Meister?
Not of him.
Not of him. Did you want to bring back up Steve?
No, I have.
Oh, questions of staff. Okay. I'll just go down. Does anyone else have questions of Mr. Orbund?
No. And I just wanted to remind the council, I am just a fiduciary that's appointed by the court.
We
I don't have
know.
a personal interest in
Yes.
this. I am just a fiduciary for the creditors, quite frankly.
We
So,
know. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Stay tuned. All right. Councilmember
I
Meister.
think you can sit down.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any
Yeah.
questions pending.
Councilmember Meister, do you want to go ask questions of staff?
Yeah. If a business has been suspended by the Franchise Tax Board, do they have a right to conduct business in the state of California?
Legally, I would say no. I mean, I will say that it is a very common thing for businesses to fall behind, to not pay taxes, to be suspended by the Franchise Tax Board, and in fact, to operate for years out of compliance.
But legally,
Legally,
the
they are
answer
not
is
supposed to
no.
be doing any operations without being in a good status, which I believe is what the Franchise Tax Board and Secretary of State call it, is good status.
And what you're saying is sometimes businesses keep going, but that's because no one knows.
No,
we
they
know. I mean,
they do know.
We are legally responsible.
So I'm saying two things. One, I'm not saying that businesses get away with it because people don't know, because obviously people do know, which is the reason why the Franchise Tax Board suspends them. So somebody does know that they are out of compliance.
I'm saying if a company, if a business has been suspended by the Franchise Tax Board, obviously the Franchise Tax Board knows they suspended them.
Correct.
What I'm saying is, if they continue doing business, it's incumbent upon us, if we are knowledgeable about that, isn't it incumbent upon us, if we know the legal status, to abide by the legal status?
I would say that it's incumbent upon us to comply with our codes, and if our codes require them to be in a good status, then obviously yes. I think the issue that I was raising earlier with respect to this is, this was not an issue. So I'm talking more from a procedural standpoint, that our duty as part of staff is not just to make sure that the right result comes out, but that it is done through the correct process. And the process here is certain things were raised before the Business License Commission. That was not something that was known to staff at the time, and so it wasn't raised. It's inappropriate in staff's position for that to be raised here for the first time at the city council level, because the appropriate location for that argument to be made would be before the Business License Commission first, and then to allow it to be subject to an appeal up here. Since that never happened, we believe that's an inappropriate argument to make now on appeal, and rather that should be something that should be handled in front of the Business License Commission.
But isn't it something that we consider to decide if we want to send this back to Business License Commission? I mean, I think that's what you told us.
I do believe that the council can consider the new information that's being brought before it for purposes of deciding whether or not to remand something back,
Right.
yes.
That's my point.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
No, I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's more. No, I just. Okay, so why did we prohibit legacy medical licensees from entering into a new management agreement without a variance? Why did we prohibit that?
As I
Handle that
recall,
one. Do you recall?
as I recall, the idea was that we were granting these legacy businesses a specialized license for those businesses that were currently operating in the city, and we did not want them to assign it to a new business or a new operator. And that was the primary reason we had a prohibition on assignment.
Right, and so there's a difference between a legacy medical license and and just the medical marijuana license that they could have kept and
That is
just
correct.
done medical, right? They could have just kept that medical marijuana license that they had and not applied for a legacy business. They could have stayed open as a medical.
I don't believe that that is correct. I believe they would have had to apply for a regular cannabis business license.
Stephen, stop. Steve, this is your first warning. Stop.
This is not ex parte. It's happening in an open session, so it is not an ex parte communication.
Stop.
I believe that at the time that the ordinance was being drafted, specifically within Chapter 5.70, the idea was that the legacy cannabis businesses, and I believe there were four at the time, would be allowed to continue operating subject to obtaining a legacy business license and additional restrictions and limitations that were set forth within the code.
But that was
However, I don't think that they could have just kept a regular cannabis business license. They would have had to apply and be one of the, qualified businesses.
I think they could have kept operating as medical only.
Yes.
They didn't have the ability to operate any adult use sales without
Correct.
a legacy or an adult use
Correct.
business.
The only reason there was a legacy business license was because it was from a settlement, from a lawsuit.
Correct.
So they could have stayed open as a medical business.
Only.
Only.
Correct.
Right, okay. So I just want to make sure that all these things are out there because we have to decide, what to do with them, right? Okay. Are there any circumstances where an owner listed on a state cannabis license would be different from the owner listed on a city license?
Is there anywhere where it could be appropriately done or where it would be? I mean, obviously in this case it is done.
Where it's legal or appropriate or?
I believe that the requirement is that they be the same under our code, that it's going to be the same people that's operating under the state license as the local license. I think the issue here, and again, this is a procedural issue, is the argument that Mr. Martin is making is that the changing of the state license is tantamount to an assignment, which is different than the management agreement, which was already discussed.
Right.
The problem is our code is very specific, and so looking at this from a procedural standpoint and reading 5.70.060 subsection A, at least the relevant provisions, it says the assignment of or attempt to assign any license issued pursuant to this chapter is unlawful until a business has been in continual operation for 4 years, and any such assignment or attempt to assign a license before that time shall render the license null and void unless approved by the city manager or designee or by variance as outlined in subsection B and C below. That's fine. But then it goes on to say, assignment shall be defined as a cumulative sale or transfer of 51% or more equity interest in the licensed entity. So there's a very specific definition as to what assignment constitutes. The mere addition of someone on a license, albeit potentially in violation of another provision, would not constitute an assignment necessarily, because again, that is very specific to how it's defined in the city's code. So from that perspective, again, from a procedural standpoint, the issue is That particular assignment, based off of the change in the state licensing, was not an issue that was raised before the Business License Commission. It was specifically a management agreement with one plant. So the assignment issue is a new issue, but even with that, if the council were to look at it, again, for purposes of making a decision here, short of remanding it back to the Business License Commission, staff would believe that is inappropriate because it's not an accurate description of our law. Our law doesn't say if you change the state license, that's an assignment. An assignment is the transfer of 51% or more equity interest, and we don't know that that actually happened. We don't have evidence of that just because there was an additional person named on the state license. So even with what Mr. Martin has provided today, and I'm not disputing anything with respect to what Mr. Martin has indicated with respect to the state licensing. Staff's in agreement with that, as we are in agreement with the respect that it's in default with the Franchise Tax Board, and the state, those taxes have not been paid. Our issue is more of a procedural issue.
Right, and I
relating to
understand that, but you also gave us the option of remanding this back to Business License Commission. So I just want to make sure that I have an
Absolutely.
understanding of all the facts. Is a background check required when there's a change in assignment?
When there's a change in assignment or when there's a change on the state licensing?
Change in assignment? I'll
Yes.
ask it for both.
Yes. So when there's an assignment of a local license or permit, there is a process that it goes through, and inclusive with that would be a background check, yes.
So was a background check done here?
Well, it hasn't been assigned. So the local legacy business license has not been assigned. What was changed was the state cannabis license ownership information, and I don't know what the state did in order to make that change.
Okay.
Because we weren't involved in that process.
Right, right. And Lauren Langer, I want to get back to the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement had these very, very specific laws that you put into our municipal code. By whatever happened at the Business License Commission, will that affect the settlement agreement?
Well, the settlement agreement, what it did was agree to bring the ordinance changes forward to be adopted into our code.
Right.
So now those are the law of the land. That is the business license ordinance that governs cannabis businesses, includes all those terms.
So if the ordinance says very specifically revocation and the Business License Commission does something else, is that violating the settlement agreement?
Well, I think what it says is grounds for revocation, which triggers a hearing before the Business License Commission, and then there's the options before the Business License Commission to condition, suspend, revoke, or find no violation took place. So it triggers the process, and then we go through the Business License Commission hearing process.
And just one other question, and I don't know really who it's for. A medical license, these conditions, these 36 conditions, is that what you said?
Yes.
Are those conditions part of a medical license? In other words, if we sent it back to BLC and we know that the state has said you're suspended, so you're not supposed to have business in California, could they in fact go back to their medical license, where I don't think it's where the state had any, because it wasn't legal when they had the medical license. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't think those old licenses exist anymore. I think they've all been superseded by the legacy medical license, so
Okay.
that's the controlling license on the business.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman, would you like, I'm going to close the public testimony portion, but would we like to go into deliberation?
Sure. So thank you to both Steve and I'm forgetting your name, but thank you, and thank you to the other speakers. Thank you to the staff as well. Right now, we have a business that violated the conditions of their license. That's not surprising because we're here on a revocation hearing and an appeal of a revocation hearing. That's what we do when somebody is in violation. And there certainly are grounds for revocation, but the Business License Commission considered this and decided to not go forward with revocation, and imposed a requirement that the back taxes be paid in a quick manner, which they were. So I understand why staff is now supporting the Business License Commission's decision. Mr. Martin, in his appeal, said it wasn't anticipated that, you know, we would have this sort of situation. Well, I don't think when we adopted the ordinances, we anticipated one of the businesses being in really bad shape financially as a result of a lot of history of management-related issues. And so that's where we're at. I know our business license process is designed to ensure compliance with our codes, but it's also not really designed to be punitive towards businesses. It's designed to really bring businesses into compliance. And rarely do we have to get to this stage where we have a revocation hearing before the Business License Commission. Had I been on the Business License Commission, I probably would have voted to revoke, but given what has happened, given the fact that they are now in compliance with the taxes and that they are paid up, given the explanation for this management agreement that they had, I don't think that was an assignment. I think that was really something that was done, and now the receiver is trying to clean that up. I'm prepared to deny the appeal and support and uphold what the Business License Commission did.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers, I'm just going to go left to right. Sorry, I didn't mean to
No, that's
take
great.
you out of
No, I agree with what Councilmember Heilman shared. Based on the findings of the appeal and the lack of connection they have to what the Business License Commission decision actually was, it doesn't feel like that's something for us to consider tonight. So that's all.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I'm also in agreement with Councilmember Heilman. Because they have paid the taxes that were due to us, and given the incredibly difficult legal challenges of operating a cannabis business in general, I agree that our business license ordinance is not meant to be so punitive, and that's why there was a hearing. And a 5-2 vote is a very strong majority vote by our Business License Commission. So I don't really see anything in this appeal that procedurally lets us overturn the Business License Commission's findings. So I'm also prepared to deny the appeal tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I would support the appeal in part. The Business License Commission was not advised that Pharmacy Collective was suspended by the Franchise Tax Board and not legally allowed to conduct business in the state. We are all knowledgeable of that fact now. It's out. And I think it should be remanded back to the Business License Commission.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Heilman. So seeing that, is there a motion that we would like to make? There is a motion and a second, and that is to
deny the appeal.
And close the public hearing?
Oh, to close the public hearing and then deny the appeal.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. That passes 4-1. All right, moving right along. Thank you. We are now going to go to F1. Thank you very much, city staff. I don't need a staff report on this one. Do my colleagues? I know this is an item from Councilmember Heilman, and there were questions.
I just wanted to point out that this is an item that would allow staff to draft an amendment to the zoning code to establish a policy that would allow development agreements for off-site signage along Santa Monica, Fairfax, and La Brea. And those development agreements would be negotiated with the idea that we would be getting additional housing beyond what is currently required by the state, which is actually lower than our inclusionary requirement is. Obviously, this would give staff the authority to begin negotiating those agreements, but also to draft an amendment to the zoning code to do so.
Thank you. We do have one public speaker. Should we go to them real quick? Great, let's go to that.
Zakia, you're our next speaker. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute.
Good evening, City Council. I'm very excited about seeing F1 on the agenda, and I look forward to seeing what staff comes up with. I think these are the type of creative ideas that the city needs to make sure we are meeting our housing and that we are making sure that it's done affordably and with multiple businesses being able to work together to bring something that the city wants and needs and also make something beautiful, hopefully through the process. So thank you, Councilmember Heilman, and I look forward to the discussion on this.
Great. Councilmember Meister, do you have any questions? Comments? Sure, go ahead. Yeah. Yes, we are. Were there citizen position slips, Melissa?
Oh, you want to do that? Oh,
Are there any
looks like there's a
citizen?
public comment.
Is there
So
another?
Steve just signed up to speak on this item.
Come on down, Steve. Now's the time. Don't
So-
sit down just yet.
I will add him, and then I have one citizen position slip.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood. There's a number of places on Santa Monica Boulevard that have billboards, and they're really challenging to develop. And although I'm not sure if I agree with a wholesale allowing of it, certainly where there's places where there are billboards, I think it's the only way we're ever going to see these places developed. And a lot of these areas are becoming blighted, and this is a step in the right direction. So I think if property owners that have these billboards have an opportunity, well, actually we saw that, and it turned out to be a good thing because you guys were able to get the Holloway Hotel based on a very similar situation, but it might allow private development of housing and mixed use that will certainly be a benefit to the city. So I conditionally think this is a good idea.
Great. Were there citizen position slips, Melissa?
Yeah, one citizen position slip from Alan Strasberg in opposition to the item.
Shocker. Thank you.
Okay, well, here's another shocker. Okay, so I have several thoughts about this. One is that, several years ago, we voted about replacing existing old dilapidated signage, like on Santa Monica Boulevard. And we agreed, that those new signs would be non-digital signage, but they would be updated and there would be, I believe, development agreements, and we would not have the impacts that come with digital signage, which is a concern for our neighborhoods. But that idea of replacing existing old signage, I can get on board with. I think Mark Lehman wrote a really thoughtful letter about the Sunset Specific Plan and the Sunset Billboard Policy, and the whole idea that what's special about the Sunset Strip is the billboards. And if we take that away, then that's not, if we allow other corridors in our city to have billboards, that's going to take away from the specialness of the Sunset Strip, and it's going to also cannibalize that revenue. I would say that rather than opening up the idea of new billboards on the corridors other than Sunset, why don't we just require that any new billboards on projects on Sunset need to provide a building with 50% or more affordable units, which are more in line with our RENA numbers. We're making these billboard deals on Sunset without requiring substantial affordable housing. You look at the Viper Room project that three of you approved. 2 oversized billboards and just 20% of affordable housing. So not an extraordinary benefit for the city of West Hollywood, because 20% affordable was what we typically got with our own inclusionary housing ordinance. I don't understand why that wasn't in the development agreement, that 50% of the housing be affordable when they're getting 2 billboards. So if it doesn't pencil out for a project that's 4 times the size of what the zoning was allowed to be, and they're getting 2 billboards, and not billboards that are the standard size of under the Sunset specific, the Sunset billboard policy, but double the size, then why would we even think that this is going to work on any other corridor? When we had that opportunity on Sunset, we couldn't get it to, apparently it didn't pencil out because it didn't go into our development agreement. The staff didn't come back and say, yeah, we're going to, give them billboards that are twice the size and get 50% affordable housing. And Councilmember Heilman and I said at the time, there should be more affordable units. So if it didn't work then, why would it work here? I think we're opening up a can of worms with this. Again, we already have on the books the initiative to replace existing dilapidated signage on Santa Monica Boulevard and wherever else. But I think to allow for new developments to have billboards on them, we're just, the fact, the city of West Hollywood has a long history of building affordable housing without billboards. And the fact that we can't build affordable housing without billboards, that's really scary. That's a really scary thought. Thank you.
Thank you. I do just want to push back a little bit, Councilmember Meister. You were the lone no vote on a 100% affordable housing project without billboards.
I'm sorry?
You voted against the Weatherly project, which was 100% affordable housing. That did not include billboards.
Well, they didn't do their due diligence with environmental impacts.
I disagree,
that has nothing to do with this.
Sure. Okay, Councilmember Heilman, would you like to respond?
Well, I was saying I don't want us to relitigate the Weatherly project or the Sunset and Larrabee project. I really think that Councilmember Meister's concerns are valid. I don't want us to cannibalize the revenue that is generated by signage on Sunset. But if you think about the project at the I can't remember the name of it, but the old studio, by the studio over on the east side. Why am I blanking on it? Is it the Dillon? Yeah. That's a project where signage on it I don't think would impact anyone. It wouldn't have an adverse impact on the neighbors. And if it could make projects financially feasible that aren't currently financially feasible, I think that's a good idea. The reason why we're having difficulty building housing is because we're a successful city. Everyone wants to live here. The land prices are high, and to make a project pencil out and make sense financially, that's why developers tend to build very expensive projects that focus on high-end units. And having a development agreement that would allow them to get revenue for signage would offset some of the costs of providing affordable housing. So I think this is, I'm not saying we need to do it at every location on Santa Monica Boulevard or on La Brea or Fairfax, but I think it's a tool and it provides an opportunity for people who might want to develop housing and develop affordable who wouldn't make it pencil out without the revenue that signage would bring.
Okay. Just 2 things. One, I'm the only council member who voted for 100% one-for-one affordable replacement of rent-stabilized units being demolished. Councilmember Heilman, would you put a requirement, what kind of minimum of affordable units percentage are you looking for? Because if you don't give some direction, staff's going to come back with 25%, which is just not good enough.
Well, I think that's what we need to give staff the opportunity to study it. And I think for each project, it isn't going to necessarily be the same. So for instance, with a project that is 100% affordable, in terms of the development agreement, what we would be getting from the signage revenue maybe is nothing in that case. If a project is only 25% affordable, then we get some revenue from the signage. But I think that's something that we ask our staff to bring in people with expertise on the cost of development before we try to make a hard and fast rule tonight, because I think if we say it has to be a minimum of 40% or 30%, we might find out that none of those projects actually make sense from a development standpoint.
Yes, I'm in favor of staff really doing a thorough job of coming up with different examples. I don't think I will be here by the time this comes back. I will say as well that I don't really, if I was here, I wouldn't be supportive of turning Santa Monica, Fairfax, and La Brea into Sunset when it comes to the amount of digital billboards that are on Sunset. I don't, Sunset is very, very different than these streets, at least Santa Monica. Fairfax, and La Brea specifically has more of a commercial feel, so maybe not as much residential, but it's something smart to consider given the high cost of building affordable housing. I would say that tailoring this in a way that gives us as much affordable housing as possible is ideal, rather than doing something that creates more mixed-use developments with a little bit of affordable housing, and then we have a digital billboard. That, to me, is just Sunset Boulevard. So that, I'm supportive of this with these comments to staff.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers?
Thank you. This is so exciting. We have been needing more strategies to be able to build the affordable housing units we need in the community, so I think this is exactly the direction we should be going. The Sunset Arts and Advertising Plan was not developed specifically as a strategy to develop more affordable housing, so developing a plan that works with the values of our city to do that, I think, is exactly what we need to see, so I'm really grateful to have this. And yeah, I'm with the general tenor and know that our staff will be able to bring us options that help us see a range of what's possible. I did have one question, Councilmember Heilman, that La Cienega wasn't specifically considered, and I guess I'm thinking that because of one project recently approved on that corner, and maybe there's a reason you left that out.
Well, as somebody who lives on La Cienega, La Cienega is actually designated as a residential street in West Hollywood. And the project I think you're referring to is at the corner of Santa Monica and La Cienega, so it would be included in this staff report. And I just wanted to respond that this doesn't necessarily, is not necessarily geared towards digital signage. It could be other types of standalone off-site advertising that isn't currently permitted on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Thank you. And to that point, I was going to say, I didn't see whether this was specific or not to digital or not, but glad that you're open to an openness to that. And with that, I know we've learned so much from the Sunset Plan, and hope that, we can move forward with smart architectural, plans and not a burdensome process. We've learned a lot from, I think, how we've unleashed that one. So that's all.
Yeah, and I think certainly there are places where digital would not make any sense at all because of the impact it would have on adjacent residential properties. But there may be places where digital, as you mentioned, along La Brea, that would not be an issue.
Great. Would someone like to make a motion? Wonderful. That passes 4-1. We're going to move on to item F2, and I believe Councilmember Meister, this was your item, and I believe Councilmember Heilman had just a few questions.
Just a comment, really, and
Sure.
I support this item altogether. But there are a lot of, I know what you're trying to target here, corporate ownership of housing. There are a lot of apartments that are actually owned by a corporation or an LLC, and they're not, big corporations from New York buying up all sorts of things. So I just want to make sure that as we give that direction, that staff understands and that there's some way of differentiating and really targeting what I think you're concerned about.
The investment companies that are just coming in just to buy it as an investment and not looking at it as a housing,
Yeah.
that they have to deal with housing. And I understand what you're saying. There are apartment companies, and that's not what we're targeting.
Yeah, and there are people who buy housing as an investment, but they're not a major
Right.
corporation. They're just a small LLC or other corporate entity that we would probably consider mom and pop landlords, but they incorporate to protect themselves from legal liabilities.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you're correct. And staff can also look at what they did in San Diego, because that's what was the impetus was something I read about San Diego and how they were
Do you have questions?
studying it.
Sorry. Do you have questions, Councilmember? Vice Mayor Byers? We do have one public speaker.
Oh, okay, we can go to the
Sure.
speakers.
Victor Omenchenko. I love your necklace, Victor. I don't know if that's appropriate to say, but I think it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Would you like to see more?
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Okay, but it's beautiful.
Victor Omelchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. And I want to thank Councilmember Meister for bringing this up. I want to thank Councilmember Heilman for bringing up his questions. And I hope that you do wholeheartedly support this item. And there was this corporate ownership thing. I remember hearing about it when we had the 99 and then the 1% movement. And this is a pernicious ownership trend. It was exacerbated by the Great Recession of 2007 to 2008, which saw foreclosures mount and corporate all-cash vultures descend upon communities nationwide to scoop up distressed properties. Yet I remember during that time some folks who had saved money for a down payment. They actually had skin in the game, like the 10 to the 20% that they could have bought a home, but could not compete for those now less expensive homes during the Great Recession, like a home that may have dropped from $1 million and the average drop in prices in this area was 25%. So when a single family home dropped from $1 million to $750,000, you had a couple, a gay couple, a straight couple, whatever couple wanted to buy in, and they couldn't compete with their 20% skin in the game because the all-cash vultures came in. And what this item is doing is it is looking to give us a handle, as I understand it, on the bigger kind of corporate companies that have come in around the country and scooped up properties. And there has been some of this happening in our own golden state of California. So I think it's an item that deserves funding and understanding better what the current West Hollywood situation is with corporate ownership could open options for making the American dream of home ownership less illusory. So thank you very much, Council Member Meister, for initiating this item.
Yeah, and if there's a way that that the city staff can look at, we now have registrations for all units, but we don't ask that question about, who is the actual owner. If they could add that for 2025, that's another thing we can start tracking with our registrations.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers?
Thank you. I had a question because I know the model that you're following from the County of San Diego was something similar that happened at the state level, I think from the assembly member from San Diego, and that state analysis didn't come back with a lot of information that was able to help move next steps. So that's sort of my concern in this. We know that this is happening. There's no question that it's happening. The scale to which it's happening didn't provide enough movement at the state level. And so my concern is that we're going to engage staff or a consultant in a study that's going to produce some information that we're going to then bring to our city attorney to see what sort of legal, I'm just not sure what's next then, and at what scale we're talking about impact for how much staff time it will consume.
Yeah, and I think that's the point of the initial study, is to see if there is a problem in the city, to see if there is a reason to go to the next step.
And what would the next step look like to you?
That really is going to be, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know.
Okay.
But I would think that just like what the county of San Diego is trying to do is, to try to find ways of keeping Wall Street investors from basically taking over your residential properties in your city.
And I know some of the strategies that like the La Casa, the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, is looking at is mapping out where covenants are expiring and having city resources or county resources able to help buy those properties. So, that feels like a viable route. I'm still not sure how procuring a list of meaty investors into the housing supply is going to produce a tangible list of next steps for us as a city that is not overwhelmingly burdensome for how small we are as a jurisdiction and how staff intensive that would be in a pursuit for what will ultimately be questionable amounts of affordable units or not. I'm just not sure. I can't see it go. I appreciate the data, and I know the data is valuable. And again, there's not a question of what ownership is doing to our communities. And that's why I think we as a city have invested so heavily in making sure Airbnb is not being a part of that sort of corporate takeover of what real units look like. But I haven't yet seen a model that has produced viable solutions that come out of that sort of data pursuit.
Well, I guess we'll find out when we're looking for a consultant if it's something that we can do or not.
Yeah. And the reason why I had some of those exact feelings after studying the state law was Assemblymember Lee's and Bill, because, and I know Councilmember Meister, we were involved with the tenants on Vista a few years ago that were, what was it, Cash for Keys. They weren't really necessarily Ellis, but that, I can't remember what the company was called, but they were buying in properties in San Francisco, here, San Diego. And so I think it's important because I think the state is looking for ways to hold those individuals accountable, and I think we could probably provide a good data source. So that's why I support this item, and I think it's really important for us to do so. If you would like to make the motion, I'm happy to second it. Okay. All right. We'll go to a vote.
Mayor, quickly,
yes?
can I just
sorry,
read
you told me. I apologize.
Alan Strasberg and Kevin Burton submitted citizen position slips in support of the recommended item. And
Wonderful.
with that, we have a motion and a second. And the motion passes.
Great. We are now going to, thank you very much. That concludes regular business for the moment, but we're going to go to excluded consent and item B5. I pulled this item. So, Melissa, in term, do we have any public commenters? Yes, we do. No? No, we don't. Yes, we do.
We have Victor. Yeah.
Victor Omenchenko, do you want to give your public comment for attendance reports?
He's trying to remember what he wanted.
We believe in you.
I won't make things up. Could I just click on?
Sure. Yes. Take your time.
Okay. I'm gonna find it. Oh,
You have to sing to us though with your public comment if we're giving you this time. No, I'm joking. Melissa, were there any citizen position slips for this?
No.
No. Okay. I was trying to buy Victor some time.
Let me do this from memory. As a former public facilities commissioner, I sometimes look at these reports, and this one tantalized me, and I looked at the tables, and then I was submitting a comment, and then I saw that one of my fellow past commissioners on the Public Facilities Commission, Adam Bass, had submitted quite a lengthy letter, and I just wanted you to know that and I've spoken to him, and I think he raised a valid points about attendance. Going forward, I think it would be good for the city to have an idea, what is an excused absence. There's a category called A for absence, but what exactly is an excused absence? And I know from my past that sometimes meetings get a C and they're canceled, okay? And I've seen them canceled in the public notices because of a lack of quorum, a lack of agenda items. But I also discovered that they're also canceled because of a lack of a quorum. And so if you have a 7-member commission and 4 commissioners are gone, then the meeting is canceled. Well, that should be coded in some way as canceled because of lack of quorum. But the question is, why are 4 commissioners on a 7-member commission not able to show up at a duly noted meeting, and therefore shouldn't that count as one of their 3 allowed missed absences, if I'm being clear here? You cancel the meeting because you don't have a quorum, but how is it that 4 out of 7 can't show up? So I think that needs to be cleared up. And also, is the 3 allowed absences based on calendar year, fiscal year, or a rolling 12-month period from the date that the commissioner or advisory board member was assigned to that committee? So I think this deserves further look-see and review, because we want to have a wonderful system.
We love it. Thank you. So I pulled this for a couple of items because I was concerned, because I've been growing concerned over the specific commission that was canceled as a result of this, and that being our very important Rent Stabilization Commission. I don't disagree with what the public commenter said. I think those are really valid points, perhaps in the next reappointment term in February of 2025, for us to find some definitions for how that could be done. But I do think that the public is disserved if a meeting is noticed and then all of a sudden, because one commissioner calls at the last second and says, I'm not coming, and that's unfortunate. I know that for the Rent Stabilization Commission, and I believe that's what I was looking at in this, Melissa, at this point, were there 5 or 4 commissioners on the commission?
So it depends. So there were 3 meetings that were canceled of the Rent Stabilization Commission due to a lack of quorum.
Understood.
And there were either 5 commissioners at the time, or there were 4 commissioners at the time. And regardless of how many are currently appointed, quorum is based on the number of seats. So even if there are only 4 members appointed, it's a 7-member commission, we're going to still base quorum off of 7 members. So one of the council members asked me, there were 3 meetings. It was October 12th of 2023, July 11th of 2024, and August 22nd of 2024 that were canceled due to a lack of quorum. And we had to continue 2 appeals of the October 12th meeting. We had to continue 1 appeal at the July 11th meeting, as well as the amendments to the rent stabilization ordinance that the council approved at its last meeting, the election of the chair and the vice chair, and liaison appointments to other commissions and boards. And at the August 22nd meeting, we had to continue 2 appeals, as well as a discussion about rescinding a resolution of the commission. Right. In these instances, the meetings had to be canceled at the last minute, which is the worst scenario that we want to see, because if we have members of the public who plan to attend, or in these cases appeals, they have to be continued. There's already other appeals calendared. Sorry.
No. But the people that were appealing, let's go to the October 12th one, for example. Were those appeals that residents were dealing with? Was there like a rent reduction hearing?
So they were both decrease hearings. They were D hearings.
So residents, residents who are in rent stabilized or rent controlled apartments, at the last minute had to have a commission meeting that they probably waited, 2 months, 3 months for, to get on the agenda. It was canceled at the last second. Who was on the commission at that point?
So for that one, it was Topchan, Kerpies, Martz, Wright, Bass, and more.
And who did not show up?
We did not have Wright and Martz and more is listed here.
Was there any last minute cancellation where, to at the public commenter's point, did one of those commissioners say, I'm out of town that day?
So oftentimes, because commissioners and board members know when their meetings are, if a vacation or something occurs, they let staff know ahead of time. So these were either staff knew ahead of time for one of the commissioners, but potentially one or two of the others were last minute.
So do you know which ones were last minute?
That I don't know. And so based on Commissioner Bass's, or Chair Bass's comments and Victor's comments, I do think that's a valid question. Like, who told us last minute that we had to cancel? Because it's not just the Rent Stabilization Commission.
No, that we've talked about that.
It's happening with other boards and commissions too.
So these commissioners that canceled last minute, because then I believe in December of 2023, it was agendized to have several different commissioners removed from their commissions.
Correct.
Because of lack of attendance, and I believe one of those individuals was mentioned by you?
Correct.
And who was that person?
That was Commissioner Wright.
Great. And then additionally, so just to go back, so 2 appeals from residents that did not get their decreases. So then we go to July. Was that the same appeals?
No, it was a different one.
And then so when were those 2 appeals from October 23 finally concluded? And if you don't have this information, it's okay.
I don't know. I'm going to assume they would have happened at the next meeting. But
Okay.
then that would be based on whether those individuals were available to be at the next meeting.
Great. And then are we on track right now with the rents, which is a very important commission for our tenants?
Yes.
Are we on track? Have they been meeting?
We have 7 commissioners now, and they are all attending.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What those residents experienced was shameful. There's no action on this item. Do we have any other comments?
It's a receive and file, but we will be coming back, not at the next meeting, but the first meeting in November with, because that gives us time to talk to the council members and the commissioners or board members who are at 3 or more and have the conversations about their attendance.
Thank you, Melissa. I actually have one of those commissioners, and I'm going to replace them.
Okay. Thank you.
Make sure you talk to all of us
Yeah,
so that we can
please.
take steps
I will.
and post the vacancy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shine and then Councilmember Meister, apologies.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead. You were going first.
I know, I was just going to say that I did speak with Melissa earlier today to talk about the fact that when you have, 10 meetings and 8 of them are canceled,
Yeah.
and then, but then the person that you have went to one of the 2 that, and it says 50%, it's a little, it's a little bit misleading because, the cancellations may have had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
In light of this item, Melissa, I'm not sure, and I know you've been regularly posting applications for commissioner and boards, but February is not so far away, and if there's a lot of shakeup that's needed, we'll need a lot of new recruits. So we'll just look to you to help us bring in new folks.
That's what we have a great new community guide that talks about all of our commissions and boards. And based on council direction, I send vacancies to the neighborhood watch group. So this will go out to them. And I'll talk with communications on ways that we can get word out that we have a whole reappointment process happening in February.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that obviously, as is widely known, I did replace Commissioner Wright, and I'm glad that Commissioner Paris has been coming, and I trust in his commitment to this Rent Stabilization Commission, which is a very important commission to be on, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, and on behalf of the city, I want to apologize to those residents that did not get their rent decreases because of the lack of professionality of commissioners. That's unacceptable. All right, moving on. We are going to go to public comment, and I turn this over to Vice Mayor Byers for a second so I can use the restroom. Thank you.
We will take public comment. I have first on my screen Kevin Burton, if you'd like to come up, followed by Richard Eastman.
Good evening again, council members, Kevin Burton, West Hollywood. And I just wanted to thank the city for an outstanding mobility expo on Saturday. I saw several of you there, and this highlighted all the many ways and the many options that residents of West Hollywood have for transportation in our city. And we're actually quite fortunate that we do have a selection. We don't yet have a light rail, but hopefully that will come. But compared to a lot of cities in LA County, we really do have good selection. And given our small size, it's pretty easy to get around by a variety of options. As you know, I use a bicycle. I can easily go from the Ralphs at La Brea and Fountain to the Ralphs at Doheny and Beverly in one ride. It's not difficult at all. So I learned quite a lot, and it was also great to have organizations like Move LA. There was a Waymo car there just to illustrate the increasing numbers of options we have. The West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition was there, and we talked to a lot of people, and we led a ride and talked about proposals for bike lanes on Santa Monica Boulevard, Vista Gardner, Fountain Avenue. A number of people stopped by and talked to us about those, and I would say that by about a margin of 2 to 1, they were in support of bike lanes on Fountain Avenue, for example. Not everybody was, and they come talk to us as well, and that's fine. That's about consistent with what the targeted survey of mailers, 13,000 mailers that were sent out to people on Fountain, I got one of those, who were about 2 to 1 in favor of bike lanes, with widening the sidewalks and bike lanes being their two top priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Richard?
Well, I'm sorry the mayor isn't here, but for the city council that I love the city of West Hollywood since 1965, because on my hat, I'm wearing Kamala Harris and John F. Kennedy. And I'm tired of this medical marijuana, recreational marijuana mess in this great city, because Dennis Ferrone is dead, Scott Imler is dead, and Larry Block had to leave to feed his dog Peanut, and I'm supporting 3 individuals in this great election coming up in November. First of all, it's Kamala Harris, who's known me since she was the district attorney at the great city of San Francisco, where I've been from since 1953. But many years later, I came to Los Angeles and ended up in West Hollywood and almost died from AIDS. And I'm 71 going on 72, and there he is, John Erickson, the mayor. So I'm throwing my support behind Kamala Harris for President of the United States, Adam Schiff for the next senator of the great state of California, and Larry Block, my friend who had to leave to feed his dog Peanut. And dog record is God. And God is love. And I'm the guy that rebuilt the Hollywood sign. I celebrated in Hollywood with Robbie Krieger, the owner of which he died, Attila died. And I haven't died. And I'm so discouraged with the corruption in this great city involving medical marijuana. Because I was here the day you told Scott Imler and I $10,000 to get a permit. And MedMen are the worst. And I'm glad the state has a receivership, and you got your money. And we need a woman president, because she has the XXX to get rid of the evil men that want to kill you all. Living with AIDS, 30, 40, 50 years. My name is Richard Eastman. I live in the great city of Hollywood, California. And I intend to see a woman elected president if I have to run and drag. God bless West Hollywood.
And the next public commenter will be Mikey Friedman, followed by Victor Olmanchenko.
Mikey Friedman, West Hollywood. To suspend the damn scooter program, it's even putting your own public safety commissioners in danger. Watch their last.
We are
are looking at the Holloway, the city's amazing new interim housing for people experiencing homelessness. We are here today because we are launching all the architectural plans for how this amazing building is going to look at the end of the year.
Calls Israel, Israel. Well, that day it was. It was hell for the innocent people who were attacked, tortured, raped, burned, shot, massacred, and taken hostage in a raid led by Hamas, a terrorist organization, a horrible organization, which instead of helping the people of Palestine to live a better life, uses the money to buy missiles and to hide terrorists behind human shields in hospitals, schools, and mosques. They're cowards and they're disgusting. I won't sing Hatikva today, but I will tell you this. After 6 million Jews were massacred in the Holocaust, and believe me, they were, even if some deny it, they said, never again. So if Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran expect Israel to just take it without doing everything they possibly can, the few that are still left alive, they're very mistaken. Never again means never again. Just remember, none of this would have happened. None of the thousands of people who are dead now would be dead if Hamas hadn't attacked Israel unprovoked on October 7th, 2023. I recommend all of you on the council who are literate read James Michener's The Source. You might actually learn something about the history of the Middle East. Lauren, Lashana Tova Tikateva.
Thank you so much, Mikey. Your time is up. Victor Omanchenko. Do we have any people in Zoom? No? I believe someone's trying to call in, but I don't know if that's going to happen in time. So I believe, Larry, if you are listening, you can still call in. They texted me, but Victor, come on down.
Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood, and following up on Mikey's comments about Israel and the Mideast and the Hamas terrorists and this Iran situation, you know, we all hope that this doesn't devolve into some kind of nuclear catastrophe. And if I could, as a Ukrainian American, also say that there's a war going on and Putin's Russia is trying to destroy Ukraine. And I hope that we can maintain our support for the Ukrainian effort to remain an independent country and the democracy that it is. A little process note. The reason I got a little confused, Mayor, is I'm used to sometimes doing e-comments where I submit an e-comment. Other times I do public correspondence that appears as a link on the city's agenda. Well, there were 3 e-comments this go around, one from Adam Darvish about the Arts Club project, and I had 2, one on this attendance report and one on another item. But I didn't see them in the regular place that I do. I usually go to the released agenda, and there's a link for the e-comment report, and it usually has a circle graph in that, and I didn't see that this go around, so maybe I missed it somehow, but I think that's important, the e-comments to appear on the agenda with the link. And yes, Maggie Smith, the great Maggie Smith, the great Glenda Jackson, Vanessa Redgrave. And I think to myself, one of them in a movie said, oh, let's have some tea and some scones here in my reduced circumstances. And when I hear us talking about the micro units, they do seem kind of small. And the whole thing about the bathrooms and the storage, I do hope that as this amendment comes through, that we do look at sufficient space for storage in the bathrooms and make these livable places and not just kind of places of reduced circumstances.
Thank you, Victor. Did anyone manage to call in? No? Okay, we're going to move on to councilmember comments. Councilmember Meister, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, noting my no vote on B7 because I think all one-for-one replacements should be affordable. The state gave us a tool and we're not using it, and it's a shame. And the fact that CES is not here stomping their feet to get 100% affordable for one-for-one replacements makes me very sad. Regarding item B10, I just want to make sure that that community safety, when they're doing their outreach, also emails neighborhood associations and neighborhood watch groups. I know that you're planning something for National Night Out, but it's also important to email, because then they can email their lists. Attendance, I attended the Bi-Visibility event and the Transportation Expo and the SD3 Emergency Preparedness Fairs there, and I want to congratulate the recent CERT graduates. And I know that WeHome is not very happy about how I addressed the fountain issue with staff at the last meeting. And while I appreciate and respect the union, I feel that my comments were justified. However, because I care about my relationship with City Hall, and because I know that those in non-managerial positions are sometimes subject to decision-making that is not of their choice, I would like to request a meeting with WeHome members to talk things out and maybe get to the root of some of the problems we're hearing about at City Hall. And Hernan, if you're listening, I hope the union is open to that conversation. Lastly, today is October 7th, and my heart aches for the Israeli people and also Americans who lost family and friends. It really, I ache for their loss and for their grief. And on day 365, I stand with them when they say, bring them home. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister. Councilmember Shine?
Yes. I just want to also say that my heart also aches for the Jewish people, the Israeli people, the Americans, those that were subject to horrific acts of terror by Hamas. My thoughts are also with the 41,000 Palestinians that were killed as a result of war. And the 1,200 Israelis lost, and I believe 121 hostages still held by Hamas. It's no surprise to anyone that I am a vehement opposer of the Islamic regime, government of Iran. That is not the Iranian people, but a horrific government that has funded terrorism throughout the region. Given that I was a child at 3 years old in Iran when Iran went to war with Iraq, I know firsthand the horrors of war and the trauma of being in a war as a child that literally continues. The trauma that continues in my life, even to this day, from sounds that sound like war, that I've had to go through a lot of therapy for, and flashbacks and memories, and the loss of a childhood, really. And my heart really aches for all the children, the adults, and all of the innocent people that are involved, as well as the war in Ukraine and from Russia, the Ukrainians. There are many wars happening, but today is October 7th, and my heart goes out to our Jewish community and friends. That's it.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Heilman?
Thank you. I wanted to make sure everyone knows that this upcoming Sunday is AIDS Walk. It is the 40th anniversary. It'll be here in West Hollywood. And it is such an important time for us in the fight against HIV and AIDS that we show up and continue to show up and help raise money for the community. So I want to encourage everyone to participate. Also wanted to wish everyone a good fast. Yom Kippur is coming up before our next meeting, so I want to make sure that all our residents have a good holiday.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Byers?
Thank you. First, I'll start with my meeting attendance. In addition to a number of fabulous community events in the last couple of weeks, I attended the Mobility 21 conference, the EV working group, the La Casa board meeting, and I had the ability to speak on a panel at the New York Climate Week conference about our city's plant-based food policy, which we've recently seen go into effect. So thank you all for the support to go there and to advocate for our city's work. I also just wanted to share my deep appreciation for staff. I know this weekend we had many events starting Friday night, many on Saturday morning and Sunday as well. So just thank you all for your work and carrying out those events. I really encourage the community to keep coming out and being a part of those things. It's really incredible work that we're doing here, and I'm just so grateful to the staff for their leadership on that. And it was said earlier, but I'll say it again, the WeHo strategic plan is out. I'll do my Victor moment and hold it up for everyone. But it's out, and I hope everyone gets a chance to take it in and then come back on October 21st so we can have that conversation together. And I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I'll start with meeting attendance reports, the Buy Visibility event, I swore in Martin Gantman to the ACCAC. I stopped by the CERT training. I attended the March for Democracy. I went to the Circle launch party. I attended an LGBTQ housing town hall event by Equality California. I attended the Trans Latina Coalition policy report launch, the Nancy Baker Cahill reception. Bravo to city staff and everyone that put that together. The Transportation and Mobility Expo, which was first time I've seen a Metro bus on Vista Avenue, that's for sure. Barely got it through some of those cars, but there you go. The Howell Oween event, the mayor, the pet mayor was very happy to be there. And she slept for, I think, 6 hours after that, so thank you very much. I attended the Lesbian Speaker Series event. Thank you to Dee for putting that on. The 3rd annual Connie Norman Transgender Empowerment Brunch, and then the Red Dress Party Welcome, where, like Cinderella, I listened to little mice in the back of beaches, and I magically found a red dress to put on, so it was lovely. You can see those photos of me at the WeHo Times. Additionally, I want to issue my condolences and memories and thoughts for everything that's been going on in the last year, and I want to share my support to Councilmember Meister. I am not Jewish, but I can only imagine the ongoing pain and anguish that the community is feeling, and we all stand with you, united up here, and everyone else. And I'm really thankful to city staff for adding that to our agenda tonight, because I thought that was a really important moment, because there were a number of community events a lot of us were invited to, and we were here doing business, but it was nice. And just please know that everyone stands, and we want this war to end. We want hostages to be brought back home, and we want that dignity to our Jewish community families to be in full effect. I am continually, I'm going to move on to comments now. I am still concerned. Michael Rusnow's comments are valid. I do not understand why there is not a left-hand turn signal. I also don't understand why there's not a left-hand turn signal at Fountain and La Brea. And speaking specifically as someone who's talked to trendsetters, they've been crashed into now. They've told me 8 times. And so I would like to push city staff to essentially install a left-hand turn signal. I just don't get it. And he is right. There's stats, there's numbers, but there's no way that it just doesn't make sense to me. So I know we've talked about this for 2 years. So please install or find a way to work it out. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Maybe, I don't know, but really look into it. So I don't think he's wrong. I'm not a traffic engineer though, so there you go. Additionally, I want to wish everyone a good fast as well. I, unfortunately, this weekend am in one of my best friend's weddings, so I will not be at the AIDS Walk. So thank you, Councilmember Heilman, for highlighting that. I'm missing the AIDS Walk this year, but I know the city will put on a worthy event of its recognition here. So with that, I wish everyone a beautiful evening, and we will adjourn at 11:09. Thank you. one time.
Christmas Candyland show and Happy New Year Candyland show. We're looking forward to see you.